Very good morning, all of you. So myself, Hari, I'll be the batch owner for this Azure and DevOps course. So yes, this week, right, we are going to learn about these five topics only. Okay, day 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So these are the topics only we're going to learn. So personally, right, I have a close to 12 years of career experience. Okay, so I'm basically a multi-cloud architect. I started my career with the AWS. Yeah, still my contribution almost 60% goes to AWS. So remaining, 40% we are working on Azure. GCP also available in our environment, and also DevOps as well. Okay. Plus Kubernetes, I'm good in Python scripting. So these are my area of expert. So basically, I'm out of Chennai, and yeah. So you guys, feel free to interrupt me when you have any doubt. So that we can make the session very much interactive. By that way, right, it will be more useful to everyone. Okay. So as much as possible, ask your doubts. Okay, and we can have a discussion regarding that. So let's get started with that. Okay. So so before that, I wanted to understand from you people, how many of you, new to Azure here? How many of you already having some knowledge on Azure? Of that, by based on that, I will, decide how depth we need to go into the basics.
I have just learning knowledge, but not hands-on. I mean, I
Okay.
just got some access to AWS in my
AWS
team.
or Azure?
Azure,
Azure. Okay. Just learning experience, not much. Okay.
Azure and
Other-
AWS recently.
Okay, that's great.
Okay,
All
yeah.
right. What about others?
From my side also, I have just an learning experience, not an hands-on experience.
Okay.
On Azure.
Very good. Learning experience, no hands-on. Okay. What about others?
At this Bala, I'm new to Azure.
Okay. Great. Fine then.
I'm completely new to Azure.
Hi, Hari.
Okay. Hi, Siva. Perfect.
Hi, Hari.
Yeah,
I'm also
Siva.
new to Azure for the hands-on experience.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
I have some basic knowledge about Azure,
Okay.
but
And even
I don't have any hands-on experience.
That's nice. Not an issue. Okay. Some of them chatted also in chat also they shared new to Azure. Yeah. Anbaragan and Muniz. No problem, guys. No worries. I'll make sure by end of this batch, right? You each and everyone when you can portray minimum 2 to 3 years of your career experience. Maybe if you have a 5 years experience in your overall, 10 years experience in overall, right? In that 2 to 3 years, I'll help you to modify your profile that you worked in Azure and DevOps. The reason why this course we have planned in such a way with approaching on real-time use cases and real-time, uh, live project environment, client task, day-to-day activity, root cause analysis. In that way, right, we have structured. Okay. So first week, it's completely going to be on, we are going to touch upon basics and essential concept before understanding, because if you understand these topics only, you will be able to understand the real project use cases, whatever I'm going to show. Okay. So that way only we have, planned and decided this course. Okay. So let's get started with the introduction to Azure. So you all know, right? If you go there, every cloud provider, they have their own, console, graphical user interface. In that only all these, uh, activity hands-on we will do. Similarly, this is the console and this is the login page for Azure. In this console only, in this Azure portal console only, we will be able to access and interact and provision any resources, manage our infrastructure, everything. We would able to do it on top of this console only. Okay. So everyone, it's important to have this console. Even if you go to production, we will interact everything through this console only. Okay. This is, we'll call it as Azure Management Console or Azure Portal, whatever. Portal.azure.com. That is the URL to interact with this, interface. This is the interface where we'll communicate with Azure. Okay. Addition to that, we'll have to understand the particular, Azure, how it differs from other cloud provider. We have a very good competitors available for Microsoft Azure. Amazon Web Service, one of the biggest competitor, Google Cloud. Okay. What other cloud providers are there? You people aware? Other than AWS, GCP, Azure, any other cloud providers you guys has heard about?
Alibaba and IBM.
Very good.
Oracle,
Alibaba, IBM,
Oracle,
Oracle. Yeah, nice.
Oracle.
That's nice.
That
Okay, anything else? Even right or wrong, no problem. Feel free to answer it.
Nutanix, it's a private cloud.
Okay, private cloud. Lots of private clouds are there. That's fine. Anyone heard about Salesforce? DigitalOcean?
No.
Yeah, there are many cloud providers are there, but these three cloud providers are peak in market: Azure, AWS, GCP. Fine. So when you come to Azure, this particular the cloud environment earlier, if you go right, any particular organization, they will have their own data centers initially. Okay, every organization they had their own data centers. What does mean by data center? Anyone know what will be there in the data center?
Servers,
physical servers,
Very good.
racks, physical servers, cable networks.
Okay.
storage, box.
Okay, there is a term called S4N. Anyone heard about S4N?
No.
First one is server. Second one is storage. Another one is software. Another one is security.
Okay.
Okay. 4S stands for when you take a data center, you will have a server. Of course, yes, you will have a rack server, you have a blade server, you will have a standalone server. There are various types of servers are there. End of day, what is server? If we go to on very good hotel, there will be a server. He'll be serving food for us. Correct? So who will be the important person for the hotel? Clients are important or servers are important? Obviously, clients are important. The number of clients they are visiting to their hotel, obviously the hotel growth will be getting increased. So similarly here also, why we are calling it as a server? Whenever people are any globally in the world, people are trying to access your application. It could be a web application, it could be a customized application. The server which is in a position to serve whoever requesting for the web page to load, application to load, right? The server will be distributing the content. That is what server, right? The server can be a huge hardware. We all of you owning our own laptop. So what is our laptop configuration? We'll have i3, i5 or i7, 4 GB RAM, 8 GB RAM, 16 GB RAM, hard disk, 1 TB hard disk, 512 GB hard disk. Like you'll be owning your own hardware configuration for your laptop, right? Since server is servicing for multiple clients, so it would require a higher, powerful hardware is needed. In your laptop, if you have one processor, in data center, one server, you'll have a 4 processor. Makes sense. Here you handle with 16 GB of RAM. Over there, you will handle with 16 GB into 4. Okay. So here you handle with 1 TB of storage. Over there, you will handle with 100 TB of storage. So that's how it differs because it has to store lots of data. Okay. End of day, that is server. When come to storage, if you go any data center, you will have a dedicated storage device will be there where people will be configure RAID and all. Okay. Anyone heard about RAID? These
Yes.
are very long, recently people not using these terms. Anyone heard about RAID?
Yes, sir. Early
Redundant array of independence disk.
early years.
Yeah, correct. Early days we used to configure for our high availability, all those stuff. Softwares, right? If you have any database application or Windows server, of course, you need to install the software. The license also matters. Imagine you are installing MySQL database, license matter. Microsoft related servers, licenses matter. So any kind of software should be there in the data center. Security, of course. You'll have it can be software based security, it can be hardware based security, but ensure there should be a security. Last N stands for, we got to know S4. Okay, 4S stands for, what mean by N?
Network.
Very good.
Network.
Okay, you'll be dealing with us, your network switches, router, firewalls, load balancers, all those things will be there in play, right? So you'll be interacting with, for internally communication, you will require a network switch. For one network to another network communication, we would require a network router. For protecting our environment, we would need a security device, something called firewall. So all those things must be there in the data center. Correct? Agree? Anything else will be there apart from this S4N? One mandatory thing should be there. Anyone know? Anyone entered inside of data center in your career? At least one time. Any data center?
Space
So,
or a physical location.
Data center, I'm telling you. Physical data center. Any organization?
A physical location.
Yeah, physical data center. Have you ever visited
Yes.
any one of the data center?
yeah, I
Yes,
went for data magic
I
data
mean that
center
it
in
is very
Bangalore.
cool.
Awesome. How it should be like? It will be like this only, right?
Yeah, this kind of
Somehow
full and full
similar.
rack. Actually, it is like a rental based data center. So multiple organization servers was located in the data center.
Shared space. You mean to say?
Shared space.
Exactly. Okay. Somehow similar to this images only what you are seeing, correct? Here people will be aligned all our servers in the racks, network switches, all the wiring connections, everything will be there. Correct?
Yes,
Fine.
yes.
That's great. So one thing what we missed is air conditioner. Okay, the environment should be always very cool and chill. How many of you know when in
Yes, correct. Actually, the AC was coming from the top and as well as the below. We
exactly
could not
right.
able to stand there,
Yeah,
and
very much.
also there is no mobile phones allowed.
Yeah,
Whenever we have a doubt, we need to come outside and we call the superior and need to go inside.
yeah. While you enter inside, you need to put your thumb, finger, or some authentication should be there to get inside. It's not everyone
Correct,
authorized to go inside. Correct.
correct.
Perfect. That's
And they will give one that blue dress, that corona dress, and then shoes.
perfect. Yeah. So that's how it should be data center. So I would say Azure. When you take Azure cloud, okay. Someone asked me what is Azure, what is Azure cloud. If you go and normally you ask to the non-cloud person, if people totally new to cloud, is not even know anything in cloud, if you simply ask, right, what will be his first answer would be like cloud means it's online storage. How many of you heard this answer from people? If you go and ask what is cloud, first time they'll say cloud means it's online storage. Anyone heard this answer from people?
Yes, I have heard. They
Most
think it's
commonly.
only storage.
Yes, exactly. Most commonly, people would answer like this, but this is not the case actually. Say, I'll tell you what is Azure Cloud. You'll never forget in your lifetime. Okay, mark my word. So Azure Cloud is nothing but it's simply a virtual data center. I'll mention data center DC. Okay, virtual data center present online using internet. You would access set up your organization infra. Okay. What is meant by Azure Cloud? Virtual data center present online. Whatever you are seeing here, right? These all completely a physical component. You can go and touch and feel. Okay. Who's that actually? Sorry, brother. Your name mentioned like VV. What is your full name? So that I can call your name.
Vadivel.
Vadivel. Okay. Yeah. If you can see Vadivel when he visited into the data center, he felt the like air conditioner, the cooling part, and he can touch and feel the each and every servers, networking devices, switches, router, everything. He can see and he can touch and feel everything. He can configure something. But when you come to Azure Cloud, this is a virtualized data center, okay, which present online. You cannot touch and feel it. You can imagine only. Okay, you can imagine only. If you have internet, you can interact with Azure. You can set up your infrastructure for your organization. Same thing, whatever. If you take an organization, they would have a server storage. What Vadivel said, that's a shared data center. There were multiple organizations were sharing the resources. They are keeping one data center. That's how he said. So even Azure Cloud also in a similar way, but not in physical form. Okay. What is the reason why we are going to the Azure Cloud? What is the reason we are going to Azure Cloud? There are some disadvantages with on-prem physical data center. That is the reason we are going to cloud. That is the reason we are going to Azure kind of cloud provider. What are the disadvantages? Anyone can tell? Any disadvantage? What it would be?
Occupy space,
The physical
Space.
location,
Okay.
cost.
Okay, what else?
cost,
Very good. Cost means what you're trying to, even Azure you will pay, right? In which factor you are telling cost? But again, Azure is not free, right?
buying multiple servers for multiple
Buy,
applications.
you have to buy
Okay.
complete order, but there you can use it your usage. So
Perfect.
in future, if you want to upgrade also,
Mm.
it will cost more. In Azure, there is no much cost for upgrade
Very good.
the
Agree.
services.
Elilarathi Kumar Priyan, agree with you. Okay. What could be the another reason we are moving out of?
Maintenance.
Maintenance.
Data security.
Data security. You are telling data center is not secured one. Cloud is secured one.
No, much more.
Okay. All right. I'll consider. Okay. Security. Since you are provided your valuable input.
Maintenance.
Okay. What could be? What other could be reason possibilities?
High availability.
HA. Yeah. Perfect. Good answer. Any other reasons? Me.
Multiple cable connections that are confusing.
Okay. 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 Almost you covered everything. Okay. So coming to that advantage, disadvantage part of data centers, right? Of course, the first one is always would be cost. Okay. Let me organize in the place where we are come from. Okay. The first reason could be your costing. First thing, cost in the sense, investment is the biggest challenge in terms of data center. Imagine you are going, into any organization, they have their own data centers. Okay. So they have their own data center. In that case, right? In our personally, we all of you owning our own laptop, right? Just tell me, like, I wanted to buy one laptop, okay, which is the configuration of i5 processor, or somewhere around 8 GB RAM, 1 TB hard disk. The laptop, normal laptop, Dell, Lenovo, HP laptop, how much it would cost? Normal laptop, roughly, tell me, how much approximately?
Around 50 to 60,000.
50K to 60K, you are telling, right?
Yeah.
So one normal, personal using laptop itself costing 50 to 60K, which has one CPU, one RAM, one hard disk. Then imagine the cost for this server, storage, networking devices, switch, router, firewall, and all, how much it would cost the first time you are going for setting up your data center. The investment of buying all those components will be really huge, guys. It would cost you around, 25 lakhs to 50 lakhs. All of you agree? Investment is the biggest challenge when it comes to data center. The startup company, if today, Anbaragan he is thinking he has good enough of, IT experience, he's starting a new company. Okay. So he would need a data center. Obviously, he will have an internal application. He will have a internal, softwares, and he will have its own website. Yeah, he said planning to set up on, he's a startup. He's planning to set up on data center. Will he be able to send initially, 20 lakhs, 25 lakhs, something like that, only for the data center? Not possible, right? That is what we are
difficult.
in data center. Cloud investment is biggest challenge for us. Okay, someone Anbaragan, arranged the money. He arranged some money. He set up the data center. After how much warranty they'll give? 1 year they'll give warranty for your server, storage, networking devices. Within that, any fault comes, vendor will replace your, in warranty you can replace it. Imagine after 2 years, after 3 years, your CPU goes failure, your memory goes failure, or hard disk corrupted. Okay. In that case and all, what you will do? Again, you need to put your own money. You need to replace that particular component. Will all of you agree? This comes under the maintenance. Comes under the maintenance. Not only replacing the component. Always you need to keep one data center hardware engineer in your place. One network engineer in your place. He will make sure the daily routine, ground level cleanup things and all. with the data center. He'll make sure always available, all the services are absent available. Proactively take some actions if there is an issue. Any issue occur, he is the one who gonna replace all those things, troubleshooting. So for that, at least we need one data center, 3 shifts. Okay, 3 shifts we need to allocate minimum 3 engineers. Okay, that also comes under maintenance only. That also we are going to spend additionally apart from investment. Make sense? This is going to be another biggest challenge. Third one is high availability. Of course, yes, you can plan for an high availability, but imagine high availability is an active concept, active passive concepts are there. Have you guys heard about active server setup, active passive cluster setup? No need to go deep dive, but just have you heard this term active passive, those concepts?
Yes.
Through application side, I heard about active and active passive related to side A and side B. Not sure about
No
Azure
problem.
level.
No problem. I'll give you an example along with the application. You have a 2 server, imagine in your data center. You deploy the same application in both server. Active means when people are accessing your application, both server will respond back to your customer. Okay, whoever available at the point of time, he'll respond back to your customer. So both these servers are active at the moment. Active passive means whatever request comes, okay. So first server always will respond to your client request. The packet first server always will respond back. If anything happened to the first server, the passive server will become online. That point of time onwards, so we'll not face any glitches here, will not face any packet drop. So if something happened to your first server, it's when it goes down, second server will become active. That is something called active passive concept. So here, unnecessarily, we are holding one server for long because getting server down is not a frequent task. It will run 1 year for successfully. It can run 5 years successfully. It can run 10 years also successfully. No problem in that. But till that time, right, the second server, we are simply spend huge money on that server. We are keeping it simply idle. Okay, that is another drawback when come to data center. So high availability, if you plan means you need to put a double number of your, for single service, you are spending 2 hardware cost. Okay, that way, high availability possible in data center, but very much expensive in terms of implementing. Okay, if you are going for, RAID concept and all, as I said, in the storage level, high availability. Obviously, if you go for enabling mirroring, okay, how mirroring works? Anyone know? Storage, RAID mirroring, how it works?
Mirroring is nothing but it's a copy of original one. So
Exactly.
whatever you are doing primary, it's copied in mirror.
Exactly, perfect. So you will have a one hard disk. Whatever data we are writing in the hard disk, same thing will be mirrored copy in the second hard disk will be there. When we will use second copy, if something happened to your primary hard disk, we'll recover a data from second hard disk. Imagine the primary hard disk is now goes down for almost 5 years it's running without any issue. What is the case of my backup hard disk? It's 5 years. It's simply kept idle. 1 TB hard disk kept it idle. Correct?
Yes.
So implementing high availability in data center, it's possible. 100% technically it's possible, but you need to spend double the number of money in terms of buying a hardware. Okay, that is where we are telling disadvantage of costing and those things all, ideally we are keeping the resources. Those things all considered as a disadvantage when come to data center. Of course, space, you need to have a dedicated space. You need to allocate proper cooling system in the place. Power supply you need to provide. Okay, you need to have a generator always because if power goes down, it has to give artificial power. We need to provide for the data center. We cannot let it wait until the power comes back, right? Is that a case in the data center? We'll have to have the power backup, all those things. Okay, security. We need to have a proper biometric access to get in. We need to make sure always unauthorized person supposed to not go there. And connectivity biggest challenge and installation of anything. Okay, from one network to another network, it will take long time to establish actually. Okay, so all many dependencies are there. That is the reason we are going with the cloud providers. That is the reason we are going with the cloud provider. When we come to Azure, right, we don't need to spend any hardware of buying. We don't need to spend. Okay, once again, guys. Sorry, guys. So yeah, as I said, this particular, high availability, it's easy for implementing in Azure cloud and all. Okay, coming to this, we don't need to provide any investment because we are renting the resources. All of you paying a power bill, right, in our home. If you utilized 100 units of current, how much you will pay per month? If you use 100
Not
units,
checking.
sorry.
Not checking that, just paying whatever comes.
If you use 100 units, that's free. In Tamil Nadu, I'm not sure about other states.
Yeah, no cost.
Yeah, first 100 unit no cost in Tamil Nadu. Anyway, but anyway, we are not checking it, but we are paying based on which we are paying. So, for example, if 2,000 rupees you are getting a current bill, electricity bill, obviously you would have consumed for 200 unit or 300 unit something. So, end of day you are getting a bill. How much units you consumed? You all of you agree with the term? We are paying a electricity bill. How much we consumed? Units of power. Similarly, cloud also, how much you are consuming the Azure resources, you're gonna pay for that. Okay, it's similar like our electricity. So that is one of the biggest advantage. So imagine. Sorry guys, can you hear me back? My internet dropped.
Yes.
Yeah, there is who all are living in Chennai in this participants.
Me?
Yeah, yesterday was heavy rain.
Definitely.
About near
Yeah,
it.
heavy rain yesterday.
Yeah, due to that, the power is not there. Just before, I think my wife is doing some R&D. She need to put Mixi. She's finding for a UPS plug point. She disconnected the internet.
Okay.
So I connected from my hotspot now. Anyway, so the thing is, when come to Azure, we don't need to buy any dedicated hardware. Everything we are going to use it as what we are going to use, we are going to pay for it. Any audit comes in our infrastructure today, one day, if I'm configuring one server, end of day, if I can turn off, I can delete it, I can throw away. Okay, that's why Azure is very flexible. Okay, if you go to the console, okay, if you go to the console, each and everything here, call it as a services. Okay, whatever the technology I've written here, server, storage, software, security, network, everything here calling it as a one of the server. Example, you wanted to interact with server, right? Simply virtual server. Okay, virtual machines. Open this in new tab. You wanted to interact something in Azure in terms of networking means put virtual network. Virtual network will come. Okay, you wanted to interact anything in terms of storage, right? You can search like a storage. Okay, it will come. You can open it. You wanted to interact something with the database, right? You can search with the database. So data related services will come. Okay. So here for each and every services, you will have a dedicated dashboard. Okay, this is the main Azure homepage. Each and every dedicated one, right? You will have an individual console. Here you can manage all your virtual servers. See, at present I have a couple of servers. Whatever the subscription you are seeing, this is my production account. Even in throughout our class, I'll take in this production account only. So this is our, don't delete Prakash. This is our resource which we are supposed to not delete. Where we have some of our applications are running maybe, and this is our network. Virtually we configure the network. Okay. And this is a storage. So far, as at present, we are not maintaining any storage. Storage is cost, right? We are deleting it upon. Apart from that, you can see the server is stopped currently. I've created the server. One of our main application is located in the server. Okay, we will turn on the server somewhere around after 11 o'clock, 11 a.m. It will run till 7 p.m. Okay, so we are going to pay money only for those particular duration. 11 to 7 p.m. only we'll pay. If you stop the server, right, we are no need to pay. During the even you stopped this for 1 month, you will not be paying any money for that. Makes sense. That kind of flexibilities are there with Azure Cloud. Okay, maintenance, of course, any outage, backend, power supply down, any hardware down, whatever. Simply go to support. Okay, simply go to support. Create one support request. Okay, create a support request saying this is down, I'm not able to access. Okay, Azure will take care. Feel free. Okay, come out, they'll fix as immediately as possible. High availability, very, very easy here. By default, Azure, combined with there is something called multiple regions and availability zones actually. Okay. Anyone heard about regions and availability zone concept in Azure?
Yes.
What is that exactly?
Azure data centers are available in the particular place.
Region.
Yeah. If you can see, Azure has lots of regions actually. If you go there, here you can exactly see. Azure has regions means close to, comparing other cloud providers, Azure has higher regions. He has, its presence. For an example, I'm going to create on virtual machine. See, look at that, the location. East US, currently this server is created under. If I click on new server, if I go to the region, look at this. These many countries, Azure has their presence. These many countries, Azure has their presence. Africa, Asia, Pacific, Australia, Central, East Asia, Japan, Korea, Southeast Asia, Canada, France. Like many locations.
These are
the
physical
locations.
centers. Physical
Yeah,
centers, right?
these many locations, correct. These many locations, Azure has their presence. In fact, we are living in India. We don't have any issue keeping a server in different country. When cloud came to the market, right? Everyone started using cloud. I don't know any people supporting UK project, UK based project. Any of you? Not in cloud. Generally, your client is located from UK. Anyone? I think nobody here. Any US based company you are supporting in your day to day work?
Yes.
Okay, US mostly. UK, there is one thing is there. When your your company is located in UK, when your people are accessing your applications or you are providing service to your UK within UK location, your company origin is UK, you are registered in UK, your company, that particular data center and resources, right, must be there within your country. You are not supposed to keep your resources in other countries. Some of the US projects, right, which is running, some of the server, the cost of management of all the servers and data center in US, very much expensive. They'll charge us in hourly basis. But in India, right, almost not even the half amount, they'll bear in India if they keep their servers. So that kind of things will be there in India data center. But when you come to UK, right, European countries and all, they mandatory as per their standard, they'll have to keep things inside of within their country. So that is the reason, right? Azure is the opt one. Okay, if you are located in any location, you would able to provision your resources in that particular country. Okay, as per their government standard also. So even we have in South India. In India, they have a data center location. Regions in Mumbai, Hyderabad, even in Chennai, we have. Okay, so that kind of way. If you go to each region, right? Example, if you take Mumbai, this is a region. This is Frankfurt from Europe. This is North America, South America, something like that. So each region, if you go, they'll have a dead availability zones, AZ1, AZ2, AZ3. So which means if imagine in Chennai, example I'm telling, it's not an accurate one, just for our understanding only, because most of them from Chennai location. Right? Imagine if your region available in Chennai, first availability zone will be there in, imagine it is available in Saidapet. The next availability zone somewhere around 100 to 200 kilometers far away. Because if something happened to this availability zone, any disaster occurred, so we will be able to provision, or we'll have another availability zone available in the same region. Actually, the availability zones are your data centers. We were talking about data centers, right? Okay, we were talking about data center. When you maintain data center, you will have only option to have your data hardly in one data center. Maximum, you are a very big company, you can have a data center in 2 locations or 3 locations. You cannot go more than that. But when you come to Azure, you have a open option to keep your data in these many locations. Okay, here you can have your primary location. In Australia, you can have your
disaster recovery backup location. That technology and technical things also possible because of the hierarchy, something called regions and availability zone. Regions and availability zone. So we have a region, you will have a various availability zone. Between the availability zone, minimum 100 to 300 kilometers away. Because if something happened to your availability zone within the region itself, you have another availability zone to provide you the data back. Okay, this is the concept of regions and availability zone. Comparing other cloud providers, AWS or GCP, other cloud providers, Azure has more regions and more availability zone. This is one of the another advantage today people are considering Azure, where they provide lots of locations. This is one of the benefit out of which. Okay, these many locations Azure has their presence. So obviously there is no doubt about high availability. Okay, you don't maintain any data center, so forget about the space. You don't need to have even any data center. Security, of course, we'll not even know where the Azure data center present. In Chennai, we have Azure data center. Anyone know which location it is? Anyone know which
No.
location Azure has their data center in Chennai? So whatever, this is totally, confidential, but one of my friends said, anyone heard about Saidapet?
Yeah,
If you go
yes.
straight away
Yes.
Saidapet, there will be one, Devar signal will come. If you go still straight, yeah, towards straight go away, Alwarpet side, very soon building will be there. And right. Over there, 12th floor, Azure has their data center. I don't know, like whatever the resource we are provisioning, it will be there. But for backup or some reason, Azure has data center over there. That's what I heard from one of my contacts. But just for the information, okay. So similarly, we not even know where the data center locates. Okay, it will be unconfirmed only because that much secure their infrastructure, all those connectivity, everything. So we don't even worry about our connectivity, all this. But let's say everything Azure will take care. That is the reason, right? We are coming up with Azure cloud. Okay, whatever we are setting in on-prem, we are going to virtually configure by using internet, right? Virtually, we are going to configure everything on the Azure console. Okay, so this is what very much important. People have to understand before getting into cloud, guys.
Hari, I have one doubt. Not sure whether this is the correct time or not, since you came up with high availability. While installing the server, we need to choose the region, right?
Yeah.
Which region and which zone we need to.
Yes, correct.
Okay. In this situation, if one of the data center got failed means, so how the server will be, whether automatically it will move to other region or we need to create it a backup server in other regions.
Yeah, for answering this, we have 2-3 answers I can give. First one, in Azure itself, there is a service called DR, disaster recovery, for one service available, called it as recovery service fault. If you want to automatically switch over to another region, you need to enable that service. You need to configure the DR service enabled in your Azure account. In that case, if primary server is down in your disaster region, any other region you configure, right? It will be start running from that your DR region. That is one way.
Okay.
Second option, right? Within the region itself, but somehow that is expensive. If you have that much income, obviously you can go for it. No doubt in that. You are a beginner, you are a startup company, you are not able to afford that much amount for an Azure. What you can do in the same server itself, you have something called fault domain and update domain in Azure. Okay, which is there in your what do you call? Which is there in your Azure environment itself. Okay, in the same region availability zone itself. Fault domain, update domain means when you have your Azure region, right, you will have one server down. Okay, so fault domain means one particular rack. Any entire rack is down, one power supply down means in another rack we can start run our server. That way we can high availability. We can have a control. We can configure it. That way also you can achieve your high availability. Okay, that and all we'll see when we are dedicatedly learning about virtual machine. I think I'll open the which day we will learn. I'll show you. Day 4 we will gonna talk about more on virtual machine.
Okay. Fine. Thank you.
Okay, cool. Very good question. Hope you got the theoretical answer. Practically, you would be able to get the answer by day 4. Huh? Sure.
Okay.
So,
Can you tell me some examples for what all we need to pay while we work in Azure?
paying means billing, services billing.
Billing, yes, yes. For what all, even for small
Most
things
commonly.
we may need to pay. So what are, can you give some examples?
Sure, of course. When you take a normal project, you cannot run any project without your servers. So first point, virtual machine, you need to pay. Okay. So coming to the networking and connectivity, right? For we are calling it as a virtual network in Azure. We are not going to pay anything for basic connectivity. Okay. If you are transmitting something to other country, means one region to another region, your data transmit is happening, or your on-prem cloud data on-prem data center you are connected with Azure, right? So that data transfer you will be paying for it. But general configuring of your network switches, router, you will not pay until and unless you are transmitting your data to other regions. Okay. Third one, you need to pay for your storage. Okay. Obviously, when you have any project, we'll have a storage. In Azure, we are calling it as Azure storage account. The storage account itself, we have a multiple options are there. Like, we would have a containers, we would have a, file share, queues table. So based upon what type of storage you are using, how much data you stored in that, you will be paying for it. Okay, this is the most common. As of today, right, if you come to advanced environment and all, people are using Kubernetes based clusters. They are deploying their application not in virtual machine. They are deploying in Kubernetes. That kind of services, if you use, you need to pay for it. Okay. So these are the most commonly and frequently, as of today, people are paying for it. Other than that, if you works in DevOps environment, whatever the pipeline you configured, CI/CD pipeline in Azure Repo, how much code you have it in the place, and how much you are using, Azure boards for creating your tickets. And apart from that, what other Azure functions you have for automating your environment. Okay, for all those stuff, you will have to pay how much you are using. Whatever the service are listed, right? This is the most common thing we will be seeing in the billing cycle of every month.
Okay.
If you go cost, management.
I just increased my C drive from 80 GB to 100 GB. There it gave me an alert to go through the payment or something. So
Yeah, you can configure the cost alert here. Any type of alert under the cost management as a service. Under that, you can configure the alert in any case. Okay. If you come to cost analysis, here the place where we will check most commonly how much we are paying for the services.
What are the services free in Azure?
Azure has plenty of services, by the way. Okay. If you click on this, you will come to know. Oh my God.
He's asking free services.
Free services.
Yeah, free service.
I missed the term. So when you have a free tier account, when you create a free tier account, probably tomorrow we'll be creating free tier account. They will be giving you, 8,000, somewhere around 7,000 to 8,000 rupees per month. Before, you can, enjoy all this money. It will be totally free until that money gets over. It will be free. But a lifelong free service means Azure has something called Entra ID. Recently, they've changed it as Entra ID, but earlier it is something called Azure Active Directory. That is free service. VNet is free service until you use basic. Apart from that, monitoring, there is a service available. That is something free. Okay. So apart from that, these are the basic services only you will get it as a free, even for a production account. Rest all you will be paying as much how much you use that service. Example, is there something called VM storage, data transfer, load balancer, DNS, app services, automation services, pipelines, Azure DevOps. For all those things you will be paying. For free tier account, you don't need to worry about. Okay, so I think tomorrow we will set up our own free tier account. Make sense? Any other questions? But major services, right? You would be able to get it from here. We'll explore all those things.
Okay.
Okay, guys. So this is what we have planned today. Welcome and course overview and introduction to Azure, and overview about cloud computing, and the introduction to Microsoft Azure. Tomorrow, right? I am going to help you to set up a Azure free tier account. All of you, will be configuring a free tier account. How many of you already having Azure account? Anyone created already?
I had one earlier, then closed it.
Okay. What about others?
Yeah, I have
No,
created.
we have not created.
Okay. Not created mean fine. Tomorrow I'll tell you how to create a free tier account. And the
Okay.
current account what I have, right? This is a Microsoft Trainer account. MSDN
Okay.
platform subscription. So this platform subscription you will not get, by the way. This is a lifelong free for us. But we need to contribute for Azure, community. Anyone attended Azure community and all, which happens in Chennai, Bangalore?
No.
In Azure community means there'll be many from IT companies, many people will register and come for the session. Usually it will happen as Chennai IIT or any 5-star hotels conference room, something that they have booked and they'll plan for the sessions actually. In that case, right, we'll have to go and present actually. Whoever presenting over there will get the subscription. For two way we can use. One is for presenting because we are spreading Microsoft things to people, right? There are a huge audience will be there. Per session, 200, 300 people will be attending. So apparently 5-6 tracks will going on like that. Okay. So that way we got the subscription. So you guys need to create a free subscription. Okay.
Okay.
So certified Azure trainer will get this. Certified Azure trainer will be present in the conference. We'll get this thing. And tomorrow we are going to talk about Azure subscription resource managers and other services. We're going to explore what common services we'll use. Then we'll go to DevOps. Then virtual machine. Here I'm going to bring our real-time project use cases. People, many of them said, right, I have a basic idea on Azure. I learned Azure, but I do not have a hands-on. So when you go for attending interview, hands-on is really important. And the people will ask you questions from real-time project use cases. Okay. So I will share a couple of sample interviews video in our group. I mean mock interviews in our group. Just to have a look on it, you will come to know. Okay. So make sure simply learning the concept won't help you. You need to learn real-time use case. Real-time, what is the day-to-day activity? Okay, that is very important. Only then you can portray 2 to 3 years of your Azure and DevOps experience in your resume. Okay, that we will learn in the day 4. Okay. So today our intention is to focus on day 2 content. So hands-on lab, creating free tier Azure account. Followed by we are going to discuss about what is Azure subscription, and we are also going to discuss about Azure resource manager and resource group. And finally, will be done with some important Azure services. Okay, that is the action plan for today. So, how are we going to create a Azure free account? That is the first requirement for now. So, coming to the Azure free account. Okay, see, sponsor link comes for AWS, but fine. This is the blog I used to refer, where here they have given a clear data, how to create Azure free account. So when you create Azure free account, right, yes, you would be able to practice all these resources, all these services, everything you would able to practice on top of that free account itself. Okay. So when you create an account, they'll be giving you 1 month of subscription, which is totally, free. Or either you can finish 1 month of usage, or they'll give you somewhere around 7,000 INR money in your credited in your free account. Okay, out of which any one is first completed, right? You would be, end up with your free subscription. After that, if you want, you need to go with the pay as you go model. This is one way, but I recommend my team members to use 1 month. If you completed your free account, right, create another email ID, create another account. Okay, start use the Azure service. That's how I suggest. So in that way, right, we will not be, having any issue in creating an account. So basically, anybody already has your own Azure account, or anyone used Azure account before? Anyone remember, kind of? Anyone has any exposure or basic hands-on with Azure account or something?
Yeah, yes, I had once, and then later I closed the account.
Okay, fine. So, what purpose you created that account? Yesterday you said you does not work on any Azure project. Is it
I
for
just created that account to practice some technical steps,
Okay, okay.
like creating an EC2 instance,
In AWS,
running it, stopping it, take snapshots.
is it instance comes on AWS? Here, a virtual machine you try to create or what?
Yes, yeah, virtual machine, yes.
Okay, fine then. So if you go there, first we need to browse with azure.microsoft.com. Here you have option for free account creation. Okay. So since I cannot show you browser directly because I have my own account, you guys just follow this link and get your account created. Okay, before coming tomorrow session, that will be useful. If you go there, there's something called a free account, where you can see, start free or click on free account. Once you have done right, you can click on that start free. So it will ask you to log in, sign in Microsoft account using an email address. It's good to have any Outlook.com email ID. If you're not having it, I recommend you to create one Outlook.com. Okay, that is really useful when you use Microsoft account for Azure. Even some people use a different provider also, but recommended by Azure, you can use Outlook.com, something like that. Okay, if you're not having the one, you can create the one. You have option here to click on create one. Simple. It will ask you to select any email ID and phone number and all those basic information you need to provide. So your Gmail account will be ready. Okay. Followed by, you need to provide all these information about you, identity verification. Okay. And phone number, verification code. From your OTP will generate to your phone. All those things you'll have to provide. Then finally, a verification by card. Here, you need to provide, your credit card information. What is the reason they are asking your credit card information? Once you created your Azure account, right, you can do anything in that Azure account. You can create one virtual machine for free of cost. You can start use that server for hacking purpose. Possible, right? You can set up some mail functionality in Azure. You can send some threaten email to anybody, right? Any celebrities or VIPs. Okay. So to avoid all those, right, Azure have to properly validate. To avoid all those, Azure have to properly validate you are a authenticated person, you are a authorized person. In that case only, they are asking for the credit card information. So once you're given a credit card information, I think they hardly take $2 or ₹2 from your credit card. That also will be refunded. Okay, that also will be refunded in another next 2 working days. But no need to bother. Like if I over consume that Azure account, they will take money from my credit card. Nothing like that. Okay, no need to worry about that. Even after 1 month, you don't want, by default, the account will be get suspended. If you want to manually cancel that also, you can cancel it, up to you. But automatically after 30 days, the subscription will be expired. Even if you're trying to use it, you need to manually change that to pay-as-you-go model. Only then you can continue using it. So you need not to be afraid about Azure. I will take money from my credit card. Nothing like that. Okay. It will never happen until you select a pay-as-you-go model. Whatever the account you created, you started from start free. In that case, definitely they will not charge you for. Anyway, so finally you have to select the agreement. Okay, so click on that yes, click on sign up. So once done, you will be able to log into that Azure portal. This is how your Azure portal works. Okay, portal.azure.com. Even yesterday I've seen, right? Same thing. So I'll share this link with you guys in chat. All of you, right? Create your account today. Okay, and while coming to tomorrow's session, make sure all of you having a account with you. Got it? Any doubt in this?
No hurry.
Okay, perfect. So when you create your own Azure account, there is something called subscription. How many of you here using Netflix subscription? How many of you know enjoying just a free content in Netflix? Hey, Harry, I have a Netflix app in my mobile. I just watch the free content. I have a subscribed one for Netflix. Any users like that?
Yes, 1 year subscription
1 year
for
subscription
Netflix.
you're using. Okay. So you can differentiate two things in this case. One is when you install your Netflix in your mobile, it's supposed to be asked you to set up an account, correct? Which means it will ask for your Gmail ID or your phone number. OTP will generated. By the way, your Netflix get logged in with your account, correct? In order
Yes.
to access their content, you need to pay for it. Until you download the app, until you provide the information, it will not ask you to pay any amount. Have you noticed that?
Yeah, only when we want to see a movie in it,
Yes.
it may ask to subscribe.
Yeah, it will not be, it will not play. You need to go for a subscription. So you need to understand the account and the subscription. So installing Netflix application and providing our phone numbers and OTP, logging into your Netflix, which means you created an account in Netflix. Make sense? You just created an account in Netflix. Later, when you try to play any movies inside or any web series inside, that moment it will throw you and pop-up says, hey, it does not have any subscription in your account. Go ahead and get the subscription. Correct? That moment only we will buy a subscription for 1 year, as what she said, right? She had a subscription 1 year. Similarly, we'll go and buy subscription 1 month or 3 month or 1 year, whatever. It depends on you. So if you bought a subscription for 1 year, it will be valid. The subscription will be valid for 1 year. After that, you will not be able to use it until you renew it. That's a different story. But the difference between account and subscription is whatever we created with our email ID and things so far, right? That is we provided our Microsoft account. We provided our personal information, phone number, OTP verified. Okay, credit card information we have given, which means we have created a Azure account. In order to enjoy the service inside of the Azure, I want to create a VM. I want to create a database server. I want to set up a network. Okay. So all those things, we need a subscription. Understand?
Yes.
Perfect. So when you go to real environment, right? Right now you can see I have a MSDN platform subscription. I explained the reason yesterday itself why we have a MSDN platform subscription we would require. So in that case, we are a certified Microsoft trainers and we contribute for Azure community as well. So that way, right? We got this subscription. We'll have to keep renew it. That's fine. But for you guys, right, you will be coming with a free trial subscription. Maybe in past, if you guys had a Azure account, someone said, right, you had a Azure account. Couple of people are said. So in that case, you would have received with the subscription something called free trial. That's valid for 30 days. Free trial that's valid for 30 days. So if you go to live environment, live projects, you will have a various subscriptions actually, which means for production resources, they'll have one subscription. For pre-prod, they'll have a staging environment, I'm telling. Pre-prod, okay, they will have a one dedicated subscription. For development, they'll have one subscription. For each project, right, minimum they'll have a 3 subscriptions. Minimum, they'll have a 3 subscription. What is the reason they are creating different subscription on Azure account? What is the benefit out of it? Anyone knows? Why they have a different subscription for prod, pre-prod, dev? What could be the reason? What do you think?
So the depends on the environment, the security level or the backup, how it is maintained may be different.
Yeah, very good. Agree with that. Any other input?
It's easy to manage a specific environment to user at user level.
Okay, that's also nice. Any other could be the reason? Why Dove has different subscription, prod has different subscription, pre-prod has different subscription? What will happen if we keep all these resources in one subscription?
If anything goes wrong in Dev or any subscription goes wrong, then entire application will not be able to access.
Yeah, very good. Dhanabal. Yeah.
So maybe the functionality level, like a E5, E3, E2 subscription have some higher weightage. So to segregate the futures, like for example, mid-level company choose some kind of functions. They choose different subscription based on the amount.
Yep, correct. All right. By adding to your valuable input, I'll add some of the a clear definition on top of which. If you take organization, they'll as I said, they'll have a different subscription for prod, pre-prod, and dev. Imagine in your environment, if you are not having different subscription for your environment, all the resources are in one subscription means the resources are not properly organized. It's like garbage. Like understand, right? Yeah, many of them will jump into a subscription, they'll create a resource, they'll go. Even testing will happen at the same subscription. The resources, my DevOps engineer will create a couple of VMs. I forgot to delete next week, right? Somebody else will create some other resources. End of day with mixture up with the different resources will not be clear whether this resource is needed or not needed. Unnecessarily we'll be paying the bill for it. There is not a properly organized resource. Okay, that is the reason we are dividing the subscription for different environment. For production subscription, if you take only production related high critical resources must be there in production. No other thing, unnecessary testing, nothing will be happening in the production subscription. Pre-prod is the mirror copy of your production. If something we are going to do it in the production, we'll do it in pre-prod, we'll test it thoroughly. If nothing impact happen, then we'll move it to prod. That's how in every environment, if you go, it will be there. Third one is dev. Whatever you wanted to do the testing, POC, development activity, you can do it in the dev subscription. Okay, so this way we can properly organize our resources, guys. This way you can properly organize your resources with different subscriptions. The another reason when you have a different subscription, right? Imagine there is a person called Dhanabal. He is newly onboarding to my project. He has worked in different company. Now he is newly joining to my account, my project. So if I maintain only one subscription, obviously I need to provide him access to the subscription. So definitely, if we maintain only one subscription, Dhanapal can access my prod resource also. He will have a permission to access my development resource also. Everything, because no other way we cannot categorize, right? Once I provide access to the subscription, whatever resource resides inside of the subscriptions, he'll have a access by default. But imagine if you categorized your resources as a prod subscription, pre-prod subscription, dev subscription means if we onboard Dhanabal to my project, for initially I'll provide him dev subscription access alone for some period of time to understand the infrastructure. After some point of time, we'll enable access for pre-prod. After some time, we'll enable access for prod subscription. That way, we'll go in hierarchy way. So my environment is secure in this case. All of you agree? Any doubt in this?
Yes, clear, agree.
Yep. So that is the reason, right? In production, if you go, they'll maintain minimum 3 subscription. Okay. So this way we can categorize it, and even end of day billing every month we can give billing, right? Okay. Every month we are giving billing. In that case, right, we would able to see for development this much we consumed, for production this much we consumed, pre-production we have consumed this much. So if you want any cost settings or cost deduction you wanted to do, it'll be easy for us to work on cost cutting on those areas as well. Okay. Yep. So this is the reason we are going with an multiple subscription we can create it, and this is the industry standard, by the way. Okay. So once you created a subscription, we can go inside of the subscription. We would able to see. Okay. So who's the owner of the subscription? What is the subscription ID? What is the name of your subscription? Okay. All those things, right? We would able to see. So spending rate forecast. So far, how much we spent? What is the limit? Okay. All those information we would able to see.
All those information you able
There's a person called Joggy. Background noise from there. I muted. Anyway, here you can see all the a number of resources and costing, how much we spend, subscription ID. This is very important. Subscription name, all those things. Current billing period, what currency type we use. So here it's important whether the subscription is active or not. All those information we would able to see. And main thing, right, when you come to access control IAM, here is the place we will manage our permissions actually. Who all we have access. Okay, who all we have access, who all does not have an access. All those information, right, we would able to get it from here. All those access we'll get it from here. Since I said we are using this account also for production. So see, look at this, 2 user, 4 groups and 5 service principal, 5 unknown. Totally 17 items I got access to that subscription. Okay. So that way we can, ensure who all get access to this subscription. Who all get access to this subscription. Okay.
Only those who are members here will be able to see the subscriptions.
Yeah.
Is it?
And subscription and the resources.
Okay.
If you go, there is a service called Azure Active Directory. Earlier, now it's something called as a Entra ID. Okay. Keyword is Azure Active Directory. When you open this new tab, anyone know what is the use of this service? Entra ID.
This is like on-prem Active Directory.
Somehow
This is Active Directory of cloud.
Yeah, correct. So here the place where we will create our users actually. If we go there, we have set off, users available. Okay. So using this account we created, and now I'm going to create a new user. Okay, let me click on new user. I'll give the name to the user like a new user. Okay. Or I'll give any active name Dhanabal, because he is the one today is most active. Okay. Dhanabal is the name. I've provided user principal name, nickname, it taken as a Dhanabal. Display name also could be same, no issues. Password, let me copy the password. Okay. This is the password. Next to go to property. Okay, we can provide him a full name, job title, department. If you want, you can provide it, but all those things are optional. Assignment, if you want to add any group or role, we can do it here. I'll do it later. I will just click on create user. Okay. This is the user principal name. Let me copy that. Using that only we will log in. Okay, we created a user and Azure it will take little time to pop up. Yeah. We could see Dhanabal is the user we are able to see here. Very first person we can see. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to log in using Dhanabal user. I'm going to log in using Dhanabal user. How can we do that? Let me open incognito. Here portal.azure.com. Let me go. So as for the username, we have the username already. Let me provide the same. As for the password, yes, we do have a password, right? Asking me to reset for the first time. Okay, now welcome to Microsoft Azure. We're glad to assist you, which means we are first time to Azure, right? That's what the page comes. We can close this tour. If you go to Microsoft Azure, this is a home screen. You can even see we are logged in with Dhanapal user. Okay, fine. For him, right? If we go to start with Azure free trial, we can create it. Or if you go to subscription, okay, you are not able to see any subscription because we created an account alone. He does not have any subscription. Okay, so what we need to do in our Azure account, currently, we are accessing it from Chrome. If we go to this browser, Safari, I've logged in with my account admin credential. If I switch my browser, okay, we created a Dhanabal here, right? Same Dhanabal. What I will do, I'll go to the subscription. Okay. In this subscription, I need to provide my access. Click on it. Click on access control. Okay, go to add a role assignment. Okay. For now, I will give him a reader permission here. I'll give him a reader permission. Click on next. Select the member. I need to choose Dhanabal. Dhanabal. Okay. Let me click the user. He came here, selected members. Click OK. Review and assign. I'm providing him earlier 17 members had access to my subscription, right? Now you can see 18 members. Okay, in that 18 number, which means 17 plus 1, 17 plus 7 Dhanabal got added. So he should be able to access this subscription for now. We can even validate here. What the permission we gave is not the owner. Is not the contributor also. Not this one. This all custom permissions. Reader. Yeah, look at this. Dhanabal got added under the reader. Now, if you go to my incognito browser,
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I think not this one also. Obviously not this one. Yeah, correct. Dhanabal, when you can check, he does not had any access, right? If you refresh this page, you should be able to see he got access to MSDN platform subscription as a reader role. Makes sense. This is how in real project, right? From the account admin, whatever the email ID you created, your Azure account, that is something called account ID. Once you got the subscription access, we will enable the access to all the colleagues whoever works with us in live environment. Okay, now he can start create any resources. Okay, any doubt in this? How to create a user and how to provide him an account and subscription access?
Hari, actually, this subscription when I mean, when we focus on organization level, so they already have they have already subscribed some resources from that admin. They might, if you want to onboard any of our new application, and they will just create an user and then they will provide as a resource, or how it is going to
In the
be.
project, each one of us will have our own account, Azure account.
No, if you want to start a new project.
If you want to start a new project, the architect will be there, right? In the environment, the architect will be, supposed to have kind of, they will be creating the Azure account and they will enable for the subscription. Everything they will set up in the Azure account. Okay. Future, whoever going to work in that project, for those engineers, for those cloud engineers, they'll create a Azure account to log in and set up the resource and all. They'll take care once they got access.
That Azure account and this account is different, or it is similar to whatever we've seen?
I didn't get your question.
See, you said, right, see the Azure architects, they will create, if you want to onboard a new project, they will create a new account for the
New
project,
account,
right?
new subscriptions.
So they will create a new subscriptions.
Yeah, as an architect, the first time, if any company will take, Swiggy coming to Azure project. Okay, Azure Cloud. They are from on-prem, they wanted to start use Azure Cloud. What they will approach any company, service-based community, TCS, Wipro, HCL. So they will get the project from Swiggy. They will allocate one cloud architect for Swiggy project. That architect will create the Azure account first. He will enable the subscription, whatever he need for Swiggy environment. Okay, until that the architect job overs. After that, he whatever the credential, whoever the DevOps engineer, cloud engineer gonna work in that Swiggy project, they all will get their own individual username and password. For day to day, for their activity, they will log in using that account. They will do their operations.
Okay.
Got it?
Yeah, got it.
Any other doubt to anyone?
In my project, I log in to Azure portal. I search for subscriptions, but I don't see any. That means I'm not
You are
part
not.
of
You are not.
subscription.
Yeah, you have Azure account, but you are not part of any subscription. Subscription level access, you have not. Aligned with your account, user account.
Okay. So what all I cannot do
You
in
cannot do
this case?
anything when you are not having a subscription access. You will not even create single resource.
Okay, here resource in sense, what
Resource
all?
means VM, database servers, storage account, creating storage.
Azure service, yeah. Generally, it's Azure service,
Azure
right?
services, yeah. That is something called resource.
But I can create groups, I can create users.
No
That
use
all
of
I
it, right? No use of it actually. Why? Because even you create, even if they're trying to log in, they can't do anything.
or
They can
is
log
it
into Azure
hidden?
account.
Is it hidden for me or how? Because in Azure, we
Uh,
take part we take care of the security part. I create users, I add it to groups, I add them to roles.
In Azure portal?
Yes, I do that actually
Maybe
in
you
our
are
project.
works for IAM project? Identity access.
Kind of, maybe. Yes,
Okay,
only
okay.
security we take care.
Yeah. So when, if you remember, when you're trying to create any VM, example, I'll open VM in new tab. Also, you will create a users under enter ID, right?
Yeah.
Groups and all, you will create it over here or different place.
Yes, here only in enter
Okay, let
ID.
me open both the services in next tabs. If you go there, if I try to create one VM, the very first line you can see it will ask you to select the subscription.
Oh,
Okay, so the general resources, compute resources, VMs, dash storage, any Azure services related resources. If you want to kickstart, very first line you must select your subscription. Only then it will allow further because it's mandatory column.
okay.
Okay, where if you go to this, sorry, I need to select enter ID, right? What you do regularly, if you go to the service, if you go to the user, in order to create a user, right, it does not ask you to select any,
Subscription.
subscriptions. Okay. So what they does, they created a user like that. They have assigned some role on you. You can only create a users. No other subscription level permissions they have given to you. Okay.
Okay.
That's why you
I'm
have
a global administrator for your
correct.
information.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you go to this, if you go to users, above, assign roles. Here there are various roles are there actually. Okay, here they would have assigned any one particular role to you. Okay, and they
Yes.
assigned you would able to manage Azure user alone.
Okay. Right.
Okay, so you have a very limited access actually.
Hmm.
So group administrator where you can create a manage groups, manage group settings. Okay, I think probably you would have received this group administrator, something like role. So you
Yeah, I
cannot
have
create any Azure resources. You would create only users since you part of IAM
Okay,
activity.
right. Yeah.
Yeah, that is the difference.
Okay.
Good question, good call. Any other questions to anyone? It's like all of it good. So once you have done with that, right now we have logged in us. Okay, we can go back here. We can close this. Okay, if you go to home of your Azure, there is next one something called as a resource group. What does it mean, resource group? Anyone knows? Anyone heard about this resource group before?
So number of
It's
resources.
like a location,
Location?
Logically divided your resources.
location point of that.
Not exactly. Any other input?
Is grouping resources to manage.
Yeah, correct. That is, somehow I agree. Basically, what is resource group is, even though you have a pre-prod, Dev subscriptions, still you wanted to organize your resources. If you go, there's something called.
Based on the resource group, they will charge the amount, right? Like whenever the system was on.
Not exactly. I'll show you. Okay, you had a subscription, 3 subscriptions. What are those? Subscription, prod, subscription, pre-prod, subscription, dev. Like you had a 3 subscriptions they have. Okay, now what are you gonna do is, even though you have a 3 subscriptions, right? Inside the production, maybe you will have a 3 different applications you will support. Inside the subscription, you might support for a 3 different application. Application 1, application 2, application 03. You'll be supporting for 3 different applications. Okay, so you will create a resource group for each application. Actually, you will create a resource group for each application. For application 1, for example, if I create one resource group, okay, resource group name itself, this is the resource group, imagine. This is my resource group, RG short form. So inside you create any resources, something called, VMs, lots of VM you are creating, and VNet you are creating, and some storages you are creating, also with some database servers you are creating, also with some DNS configuration you are doing load balancer. So everything, when you create for application 1, you would select a resource group name, then you will select all these things. Example, if we go to the Azure console, if I'm creating one resource group, okay, under the micro subscription, I'm going to select app 01. Okay. I'll create one resource group quickly. Okay, app 01 resource group has been created. Now, any resource if I'm going to create on top of it, right? I'll open any service for VM or something. If I go for creating any virtual machine, we all know first we need to select the subscription which comes under. Second one, right? We should select the resource group actually. Here you need to select app 1. So whatever the resources you are creating for your application 1, make sure you are selected the resource group, corresponding resource group. So still more your resources are organized. It'll be easy for us to check the billing, how much resource, how much we consumed per month. In a month, how much bill we gonna pay for application 1, application 2, application 3. So even more, you'll have a control in your resource. It will be easy for you to manage your resources. That is why we are using this resource group. All of you understand?
Yes.
This is the advantage of having our resource group. Okay. In Azure, when you are setting up your account, first you need to get the account, then you need to get the subscription access, then you need to plan for resource group. How many resource group you are going to have it in your environment. Where if you take, we have a close to, don't delete Prakash because this is our production resources are running. Network related things are there. So this one I'll delete it since I no longer needed. Anyway, also we can keep it, no issues. Want to delete the resource group, we can delete it. The another biggest advantage of a resource group, right? In Azure, there is a service available called all resources. There's a service available called all resources. If you go there, whatever the resources, virtual machine, network security group or network interface, your disk, how many snapshots you have, how many IP addresses you have. Everything will be displaying over here. See, as of now, we have a 15 records available in this account. If you want to filter anything, we have option here. See, if you have a multiple subscription, you can go and filter it. Okay, if you have a 3 subscription, right? Prod, so those things you can filter it here. Resource group. So if you go there, it will show you all the resource group. For example, I wanted to filter only the resource belongs to this particular resource group. I can select it. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, almost 6 resources are part of this particular resource group. If you want to delete it, clean it up in future, it will be easy for you to manage your resources when you categorize as a various resource groups. Make sense? Even through location wise also, you can divide it, which region it is. All those things you would able to manage that. Make sense? How your subscription works, resource group works, how we create a user and providing permission to access Azure account in the subscription level, and what is the use of resource group, and in Azure all resources, how we can filter our resources. Anyone has any doubt in this?
It's clear.
Yeah, perfect, guys. These are all fundamentals. Okay, we should know before we kick starts. And coming to the services, right? As I mentioned here, coming to Azure, we have a very important services called VM. Because if you go any project without using VM, none of them will be there actually. Everybody will use this VM service. Followed by, we have something called VNet, virtual network. Okay. So here we'll set up our networking and we'll configure our virtual switches, router, firewalls kind of setup. We will do it over here as a VNet. Third one is storage account. As I said right yesterday, if you ask people like what is cloud, they'll simply tell storage, it's online storage. Yeah, a cloud has that functionality as well. Here they are calling it as a Microsoft storage account. In Azure, we can create a storage account. We can keep our data in that. And the database for Azure, right? It's maintained its own Cosmos DB and other SQL DBs are available. NoSQL and the SQL DBs are available within Azure. So we can make use of it. So even license also included in that. Okay. DNS. To translate your domain name to IP, IP to domain name, we use DNS. That DNS is available with the particular, Microsoft Azure. Okay, you don't need to go with third-party DNS and all. Here you have an option to use and avail for it. Load balancer. When you are working with the web application and all, working with websites, we can have a load balancer to expose your application. Okay, all those things we would able to do it using a load balancer. Load balancer will help us to adjust the load, balance the load between 2 servers. We can configure a cluster, we can configure a load balancer. These are the essential services available with Microsoft Azure. But we do have plenty of services available in Azure. Okay, if you go there, you can see and you can explore. Okay, how many services are there and left? AI, machine learning services. These are the frequently accessed services. But apart from that, you have analytics, you have compute. Okay, in our session, right, approximately roughly what are the services we're going to discuss is, we'll start from Azure Intra, ID, Azure VM. So I'll ignore Azure, okay, because again and again. Oh, sorry. We'll discuss snapshot. Okay, images, load balancer, availability set. Okay, DNS, private DNS. Okay, what else? DNS, load balancer, backup. Okay, recovery service. monitoring service, cost management related service. What else we gonna learn? Closely around the ARM, Azure Resource Manager, template spec service. Okay, what are the services? Help and support. What are the things we'll be learning? I couldn't recollect, but we are gonna learn most of this stuff. Here is the actual content. Here we'll go with the use case. Tomorrow we'll have one use case actually. Okay, we'll be learning everything with the use case perspective actually. Okay, we'll take a scenario, we will implement it. Probably tomorrow we'll discuss about this use case. I'll show you, I'll explain you. We missed the important thing. Azure storage account. VM skill set, SQL monitor, backup, restore, disaster recovery, PowerShell, around that. Okay, here we have given on very high level. Okay, close to 25 plus services we'll be learning. Apart from that, we'll have a DevOps concepts as well. In DevOps, right, we'll be learning a few other stuff. Probably I'll tell you what are the things we're gonna learn about DevOps. Tomorrow I'll tell you, okay? Importance of DevOps in real projects, job security and salary packages. Tomorrow we'll discuss about that. The day after tomorrow we'll discuss about this virtual machine and things. This small brief about DevOps, all those things we are gonna learn. Yeah, we have a time, we'll start it. So that's it for today, guys. So any doubt before we wind up?
So a person who knows Azure as well as AWS will not get confused when he work.
No, they will not get confused. I am a multi-cloud architect only. Personally, I know AWS. I work on Azure, I work on GCP as well, plus on-prem.
Okay.
So the person who has multiple languages, Tamil, English, Malayalam, so Telugu, so how he is able to manage. Same way, it will go inside of your subconscious mind. Even if you ask me 1,000 times, because I parallelly take multiple batches, even trainings. If you ask me, I'll show you.
Oh, okay.
If you take one of my drive, right? See, I take AWS, I take Azure, even I take Python, I take GCP. I will not get confused. Even in our session, you can notice yesterday and today, I never pronounced even one word from AWS or GCP. Okay, so you will be able to manage it in the way.
Okay.
Even I took, Kubernetes as well.
Because they say the concepts are more or less same in
More or
both.
less same actually. Look at this. This is my Azure DevOps batch. This is my AWS DevOps batch. This is a Kubernetes. If you go inside, here the term is a little bit different actually. Here we used to call IAM, EC2. As the morning, you itself confused, right? EC2, S3. Here we
That's why I was wondering about others.
Yeah. If we go to my Azure DevOps batch, right? Exactly. We'll have VM, storage account, role-based access control, subscription and role management. So we'll go VNet, we'll go with this naming standard. So when day by day, every day, when you work with that, when you used to, we will get practice with that. So no problem in that. Okay.
Okay. Because you asked some questions related Azure, I was answering for AWS.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, guys. Good morning, everyone.
Hi, Hari. Good morning.
Yeah, very good morning. But your voice is very low. Not sure. Others can hear me well?
Yeah.
Yeah, perfect, guys. So let's get started. So before starting, anyone has any doubt or any questions so that we can discuss them, then we can get into the session. Any specific doubt you have? Okay, if you're all good, I'm fine. Maybe some people hesitate to ask questions and doubts in public. But keep one thing in mind, we all gathered here to learn. Okay. Both Tamil Bhumi as well as High Tech, both are knowledge sharing platform. So feel free to ask your doubt, even if, everyone joined here for learning only. So small doubts, it's not a issue. Okay. Make use of the platform uh, as much as possible. Okay. Anyway, if you all good, I am okay to go. Today's discussion, we are planning to discuss about what is DevOps, DevOps roadmap, and the importance of DevOps in real projects. Okay, and job security and salary package. So all those, all those things we are going to discuss. Okay. Basically, how many of you knows DevOps already? How many of you working in DevOps here? Because based on your input, it will be easy for me to arrange the subtopics.
I am basically knows what is DevOps, what is that functionality like that only.
Okay, you're not having any hands-on and all, right?
Yes, exactly.
Okay, Siva. What about others?
So I had a little hands-on, but not in the depth actually.
Okay,
In the DevOps side.
not in depth. Okay, fine. What are the DevOps tools you use, Dhanabak?
So we are using for build Jenkins
Okay,
and for deployment XLD.
okay, that's good. What about others? Okay, so coming to DevOps. So DevOps is nothing but development plus operations, guys. Okay. Development plus operations, which is something called as a DevOps. What is development and operation? Before DevOps comes, there are separate team for application development environment. There are separate team for operations. Operations means the support team, I would say. So people will be developing their application using Java or Python or any language. Once the development team developed, right, they will hand over the code to the operations team. They will try to deploy in the particular server or somewhere. They will try to expose it publicly, globally in the internet. During this process, right, we would face lots of challenges. The development team, right, when they develop an application, it works perfectly in the developer's laptop. But when they hand over the code to operations team, when they try to host it on top of server, they may face some issue in terms of dependency issue, or page is not loading, that link not connecting, database connection string was not proper. So those kind of common issue we're facing. At the time, right, operation team, obviously they are not a developer, right? They cannot look into the code. They'll revert back to development team. Hey, the code what you gave, right? I try to deploy in the server, but I'm facing this issue. But developer will tell, hey, no, it's not an issue with the code. It works perfectly in my local machine. So there's something you need to fix, take care in your server level. Then like that, the front and forth, the communication will go between the developer, operation team, development, operation team, like that. So earlier, in Agile, it's one of the time-consuming process they felt. Okay, one of the time-consuming process. That is the reason, right? DevOps come into the picture. DevOps come into the picture. So once the development team, right, they have completed the code, they will push the code to their repository, GitHub, okay, Bitbucket, Azure Repo, AWS code commit, whatever repository they use depends upon their requirement. As soon as developers commit their code to the GitHub repository, it automatically triggers the pipeline. It automatically triggers the pipeline actually. Okay. So when it triggers the pipeline, whatever the infrastructure is needed to provision that application. Take an example, we are working on one web application. Okay. We are working on a web application. So as soon as developer commits their final commit, the pipeline will get triggered. Or when we are working in the DevOps environment, the developer will be creating a PR. So something called pull request. Anyone heard about pull request? What does mean by PR? Anyone?
Pull request is nothing but whenever the developer pushes their code to their own Git branch, and then a reviewer can pull the request and do the review.
Okay.
And push it to the master branch.
Very good. Any other input people would like to add?
Kind of like a personal trunk to.
Okay, team, sorry, some parcel comes. There are people are knocking me, my door outside. Can you hold me for 5 minutes? I'll come back. I'll do one thing. I'll just pass that. I'll just things. Okay, all of you able to hear me?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Yes, we were discussing about the pull request, correct? So let me open my GitHub repository. Okay, how many of you having Git account with you? Yeah. How many of you having Git account with you? GitHub account. Nobody?
I have it, but I have to check.
Long back you logged in, right?
No, but in Office we regularly upload.
Okay, that's fine. So whoever not having your GitHub account, I'm strongly recommending all of you to go and create one. Okay, GitHub. So I've already signed in. If you go to sign up, so it's very simple actually. Okay, it'll ask for your email ID. Continue. It'll ask for your number and name. So account will be get created immediately. For our individual use, it's free tier for lifelong, right? We can use it for long. Okay. So coming to that, if you take any repository, maybe if you take this Azure DevOps repository, I have. If we go inside, I have several codes, my pipeline files. Now, if we can see my content and Terraform related content, all those things I'm having. Okay. These all in my main branch actually. At present, these all in my main branch. But when you go to DevOps environment, we will not work directly on the main branch. Main branch is something called in this repository, your final code, your production code will be there in the main branch. Okay, your final code, your production code will be there in the main branch. Any developer works to update your code, right? They will create a new branch like that. Actually, when you type something, okay, new branch, something like that. When I hit enter, right, new branch will be created from your main branch. Okay, literally the copy of your main branch gets created. Your copy of main branch will be get created. So they will do all the changes in that new branch only. Once they're done with their changes, right, they will raise a pull request. So your team lead or senior developer in your environment, they will review the pull request actually. Okay. So after reviewing it, all the changes, all the codes are working as expected. There is no issue with the code. Then they will update that code into this main branch, which means they will merge. With the main branch. Okay. That's how the pull request works. If you go
Okay, there is something called pull request here. If you click on it, here we would able to see. As of now, there is no pull request. Here we can see if anybody created a pull request, we would able to see here. We can check and we can merge to our particular main branch. Okay. So the reason I am telling you all about is, so when in the development team, okay, when in the development team develops any particular code, they will create a new branch for them. That is something called as a feature branch. People would call it as a feature branch. In that feature branch, they will update all their codes. Once the update is done, they will ask one of their peer or senior to review that peer pull request. If everything goes fine, they will merge it to your main branch or master branch. Okay. So this way, as soon as they triggers, as soon as the PR get merged to master, right, the pipeline will be get executed, started executed. What is the process of that pipeline actually? What is the process of that pipeline? So that pipeline will take you to multiple ways. First one, they will literally check your code security. Okay, whether all the code what you developed, there is no vulnerability in that, there is no harmful thing, there is no password exposed publicly, those things and all, it will check. That is a security scan. Next stage, right, we'll be having like a kind of a unit test case. Unit test case in the sense it will check whether your code logic, everything works perfectly. Is there any missing in the code logic? Okay, that part will be get exposed. Third stage, right, it will start to provision the infrastructure, kind of a build stage, which means that whatever the code you developed, in terms of deploying that code into any of the server, you would require on server, you would require on load balancer, you would require on network setup, all those things, okay, using Terraform or Azure ARM, any infrastructure as a code, will deploy the infrastructure first. Once infrastructure is ready, we will make sure this code has been deployed on top of that server, or the code will be created as a Docker image, will deploy on top of Kubernetes. Any strategy we use, it depends upon the client's requirement. We will, expose that final stage, right? It will expose to public. So end to end, things are taken care when come to a DevOps pipeline. So once DevOps is there in place, we don't need to wait for any developers input or operations teams input. Literally, right? We would be able to wait for an instruction. When the pipeline triggers, right, it will take care of security scan, your code logic checks, and it will take care of deploying your infrastructure, and also it will take care of deploying your containerized image, putting into Kubernetes, all those things A to Z, right? This is taken care by DevOps lifecycle. Okay, the entire software development lifecycle, okay, SDLC, will be taken care when come to DevOps. Everything we are automating here. There is no manual stuff. So by doing this, right, we don't want to wait for anyone's input. We don't want to wait for anybody to respond back, approval, nothing like that. Make sense? So they to make our job easier as much as possible, we use DevOps in our environment. All of you clear? What is DevOps? Why we need DevOps?
Correct. We got it.
Perfect. When you come to DevOps lifecycle, right, there are certain tools and technology you must understand. Okay, that is something called as a DevOps roadmap. Okay, what does mean by DevOps roadmap? What are the tools we must aware when come to DevOps? Anyone know? At least if you know some tools, just to name them. What is the use of it? Just curious on us.
Terraform, Ansible.
Ansible. Okay, perfect. What is the use of Ansible?
Infrastructure as a code, right?
Ansible.
That is.
Okay. All right. Any other tool?
Terraform.
Terraform. Very good. Terraform. What is the use of Terraform?
So same is for the Ansible. Infrastructure as a code. It is used to map the infrastructure as a code.
Okay, perfect. All right. Any other apart from Ansible and Terraform you guys are aware of?
GitHub.
Jenkins.
GitHub. Who said GitHub? Balaji, right?
Balaji.
Okay, Balaji. Balaji, what is the use of GitHub?
GitHub, you can write the query, pull the request, like that.
Okay, nice. That's nice. Someone said Jenkins. Use that, Lashman? Or who said Jenkins? Siva, you only said Jenkins?
Yeah, I said Jenkins.
Okay. Can you tell me what is Jenkins? What is the use of it?
It's a build tool.
Okay, build tool. That's
So it
good.
will build the it will schedule the based on the schedule or what is the configuration we schedule on the repository. So it will build the actual code and it will make it ready for the deployment.
Okay, that's nice actually. Apart from this, what else? Terraform, Ansible, Jenkins, Git, any other?
SonarQube,
SonarQube. What is the use of SonarQube?
that for programming testing tool.
Okay, the
Bug
security
fixing.
scan and all will be taken care.
Yeah, correct.
Okay, fine. Any other tool?
XLD for deployment.
Okay, that's nice. All right, guys. Okay, almost you guys having awareness on these many tools. That's really great, actually. So what I will do, I'll tell you in proper structure. Even when you go for an interview, if somebody asking you what are the tools you have a familiarization in terms of DevOps, you are not supposed to tell the tool name alone. Okay, that's not a recommended way. Okay, tell me now the way I teach you right now. Okay, so basically you guys have to talk about DevOps roadmap properly. So when you talk about DevOps roadmap, right, you guys first start from the version control. For version control, right, if you go any environment, people would use GitHub or Bitbucket or Azure Repo or any cloud native repository they will use. But end of day, what I'm trying to mean here, whenever you works in any project, obviously there will be a code. Okay, it could be infrastructure as a code, Terraform or other related stuff, or your application development code, okay, or pipeline code. So it should be there. Okay, the code has to be there in somewhere in that location. Everyone will have a centralized access. In your team, 10-20 members will be there. All of them have to access that code. Okay, so that is where you can make use of this version control repositories. Okay, which is something called GitHub, Bitbucket, Azure Repo. These are the repositories globally and widely used in most of the environments. Okay, so make sure you have a knowledge on any one repository version control tool. Okay, that is really helpful. So when in your team there are 10-20 members are there, they all of them will not go and edit in your master. All of them go and will not edit into your main source code. If they do like that, it will make a conflict because person A will edit in some code page, person B will edit in some other code page. That is not correct way, literally. So that is the case, right, where we can see version control. When you have a GitHub like that, even though many people are updating their code, they all of them have to create a PR. If PR properly updated from your main branch, only then it will allow it. Then it will not make any code conflict. Those things are get avoided when it comes to coming to the version control. Okay, it'll be easy for it to revert back. Is there any issue with the code? All those things are possible with the version control. So every project must have the version control too. Okay. Next, in addition to that, right, we will have something called a configuration management tool. What does it mean by configuration management tool? When you take any environment, there will be a lots of servers will be there. If it is Azure, right, the lots of virtual machines will be there. 100 VM, 200 VM, maybe. Okay, or even consider 20 VM, 50 VMs if you have also. That also really a huge count actually. Okay, when they are talking in the way, when they have a huge number of virtual machines and count, so it's not easy to manage each and every virtual machine in terms of updating any softwares, updating any libraries, in running any script and getting some information or pulling some information or updating drivers, or additionally I'm going to add any package into all 100 servers, or Windows update or Linux update, a repository apt Linux repository update, or security updates, hotfix. So any activity you are doing, in terms of doing it for all 100 servers in your environment, it is not the easiest task actually. That is why we have a configuration management tool in place. That configuration management tool will help us to do all these things in single shot. Hey, that is the advantage. So where if you take a configuration management tool, right, I would tell Ansible. Okay. Okay, like we have various tools are there in configuration management tool, something called Ansible, SCCM, Chef, Puppet. So all these tools are belongs to configuration management tool only. Of course, yes, somebody said Ansible can act like infrastructure as a code. I'll come to that part. Okay, shortly. Once you have done with the configuration management tool, right, we all have to familiarize with your what is IaaC? Infrastructure as a code, by the way. Okay, infrastructure as a code. So, oops. Okay. What happened in infrastructure as a code? You have various tools are there. So something called Terraform. Again, Azure we have something called ARM. In AWS we have something called Cloud Formation Template (CFT). Like various tools are there. Even you can use Ansible also as an infrastructure as a code. But comparing these tools, right, Ansible is bit complex and complicated with the coding. Hard to find the API calls to provision the resources. Okay, so it's better to go with if you are a AWS based environment, go with the Terraform or CFT. If it is Azure based environment, go with the Terraform and the ARM. But mostly widely today in environment, right? Terraform is the playing a crucial role across the platforms. Okay, lots of people have started using Terraform. It's the very easiest one. You don't require much coding skill, and you don't need to be worried about in terms of availability of resource creation. It's very much easy and standard. Even you works for a 5 years in one platform, you are resigned from that place. Even new person coming to your environment in your place as a replacement of you, he would able to easily understand your 5 years of Terraform code, because that standard maintains common to each and everyone. It will be easy to understand actually. Okay, Terraform plays the infrastructure code. By the help of infrastructure code, right, whatever the resources we are creating on top of Azure manually, even if you remember, we would have created Azure Entra user, and we created virtual machine, we created networking resources. All those things using Terraform, right, will be easily we would able to achieve it in terms of coding perspective. ARM is Azure Resource Manager, the inbuilt infrastructure code provided by Microsoft Azure. But honestly speaks, a little boring tool where it's not that easy as Terraform. But anyway, there is an option available with the ARM. Okay, Terraform is the only tool can support multi-cloud. AWS, Azure, GCP can support multi-cloud. No other. And recently, I came to know about Pulumni. Anyone heard about Pulumni? Sorry, Pulumi. So Pulumi, it's a tool. Okay, this also infrastructure as a code, by the way. This gives a very good competition to your Terraform. So Pulumi. So this tool also support multi-cloud environment. Okay. So where it will also somehow similar like a Terraform only, but different organization. Future people would use Pulumi also. Okay, because it support multi-cloud. All right. So coming to the infrastructure code, followed by we have to be familiar with containers. When in terms of containers, we'll have to familiar with container runtime. We'll have to familiar with the container orchestration tool. All those things are there. But I strongly recommend all of you to go ahead and learn about Docker and Kubernetes. Docker and Kubernetes, because if you go any environment today, all these applications are built as a Docker image. Using that image, right, in Kubernetes, they are deploying as a deployment. Okay, this is what widely used. If you have a Docker and Kubernetes knowledge, right, it will be very much easy for you to crack the interview, and this is the added benefit for you actually. Today, people who knows DevOps, very limited number of people only have the Docker and Kubernetes knowledge. Make sure you are learning these technology which is peak in market as of today. Okay. Addition to containers, right? You have to be familiarized with the pipeline tool. Okay, when come to CI and CD, continuous integration and continuous deployment, I strongly recommend all of you to go and learn about the Jenkins tool that is widely used in, as of today across all the platforms. Since it's open source, okay, huge community base available, all those reasons. Addition to that, I recommend all of you to go ahead and learn about Azure, DevOps pipeline tool. Okay, addition to that, even as of today, GitHub also has something called workflow. Anyone heard about GitHub workflow? Anyone here?
No, Hari.
No, actually, if you go to GitHub repository console, here you have something called actions. Okay, here you can set up your workflow. Workflow means the GitHub itself, they are providing pipeline setup for us to work actually. Okay, this is another crucial thing. In future, right? Many organizations started migrating to this Azure, GitHub workflow. Okay, that is another crucial one. We do have many other things also. GitLab is there. What else? Bamboo is there. Code City is there. Like many other pipeline tools are there, but these are a peak in market as of today. Okay, if you know any one or two in this, you are pro or pro max. Finally, right? You have
Hari, one query.
Yeah.
The Azure DevOps pipeline, it is used to CI/CD project in the Azure environment, right?
Or not like that. Even if your environment available in Azure, okay, your entire cloud available in Azure, you can use only a pipeline in Azure DevOps. It supports cross cloud as well. It's not that mandatory. Your application, everything must be there in your Azure platform. Not like that. It can support AWS as well, GCP as well. Not an issue in that. Make sense? Who asked that question? I missed his name. He asked the question, he went on mute.
For me, Hari?
Yeah, you got the answer?
Yeah, I got the answer.
Okay.
Sorry, I got.
Fine. So I just confused since no response right from your side. So anyway, so pipeline tool, these are the things we have to be familiarized with. So apart from that, right, scripting. Scripting languages. What are the scripting languages that peak today? Anyone name them?
Python, PowerShell.
Python, PowerShell, okay. Anything else?
JavaScript.
JavaScript, okay. So people in industry, they are looking for Python. Okay, if you know basic of shell script, that's really good. And JSON would be really recommended. And YAML. If you know this, you would be able to manage it. But if you're additionally learning PowerShell, that's good. But I don't know PowerShell. Okay, I'm actually a Python. I know Python thoroughly. In addition to that, I work with shell scripts, JSON, YAML. So if you know all these things, same logics only, PowerShell also. But syntax wise it will differ. But I never shown any interest in my PowerShell. All these things are getting fulfilled because I'm a multi-cloud architect, right? If I learn PowerShell, I can use it in Windows and Azure alone. So widely, right? If you go GCP and AWS, Python is the one majorly playing a crucial role. So even for Azure also, I prefer Python. Personally, I recommend. Okay. So anyway, so these are the scripting languages, if you know, that's really peak in market as of today. Okay. So this is what the proper roadmap for DevOps, guys. This is what the proper roadmap for DevOps. Okay. When it comes. So if you know all these tools, right, along with any one cloud or two cloud, okay, it's recommended. At least one cloud, you need to have a thorough knowledge. If you are interested in learning more than one cloud also, I am really appreciating your effort. Because in industries today, people are giving priority who knows multi-cloud.
That's for the reason. I'll tell you later. But yeah, that anyway, you guys are beginner. You focus on only one cloud first. So coming to the DevOps roadmap, right? When you are presenting an interview, any interview if you go, any person asking you what are the DevOps tool you familiarized with, you are not supposed to tell blindly like, hey, I know GitHub, I work with Ansible, I know Terraform little bit, I know no containerization of Kubernetes, I know pipeline tool we use Jenkins in my environment. You are not supposed to tell like that. You need to tell them in proper way. See, imagine I'm answering for this question. For version control, we use GitHub in our project. So all the source code, everything, right? We have deployed on top of this. For configuration management tool, we use Ansible. Using Ansible, we'll address all the Azure environments VMs. For infrastructure as a code, we use Terraform. The same Terraform only we use in the pipeline as well. Okay. For the containerization, we use Docker to build our image and Kubernetes to deploy our application. And for pipeline, right, we use Azure DevOps pipeline that will take care of our CI/CD process. On top of it, it will take care of our testing our code, security scan, and putting it into our artifact repository. Okay, so all those things taken care by my Azure DevOps pipeline. For scripting, right, we use Python. Sometimes we use JSON and YAML as well. This is our current infrastructure DevOps architecture. Got it?
Yes.
The configuration management tool, the Ansible, we configure the cloud servers where we need to deploy it, right? For infra as a code and the configuration management tool, what is it? What we do?
Tool, I think by reading the name itself, you understood, right? For provisioning cloud resources, setting up the VNet, setting up the VMs, setting up the storage account, setting up the database servers. You will use infrastructure as a code, Terraform or ARM. Configuration management tool only deal with your virtual machines, operating system level changes. Inside of your OS, updating package, updating softwares, installing drivers. You want to run any script inside the VM. For all 100 VM, 50 VM you wanted to do, configuration management tool will help you.
So that is on cloud side, right?
Cloud VMs, or you can even use it as on-prem as well. But we are talking about cloud. I'm telling cloud. Okay. Any other questions to anyone?
Harry, one query.
Yep.
Suppose I land Azure administration entirely. After that, I have a knowledge and little bit experience of only GitHub for the version control purpose and only the knowledge about Azure DevOps pipeline. So it is eligible to enter the DevOps environment.
You are attending interview. You have answered all the questions for Azure, but somehow if when you go for DevOps, they will expect you to be familiar with at least any one tool. You have to familiarize with in version control. Any one tool you have a familiarization with configuration management tool, infrastructure code, containerization part, pipeline, scripting. You have to be familiar with any one tool at least. So if you are attending interview, you completely answered all the question at Azure cloud perspective. When they start ask a question on DevOps, if you're not able to answer right, they will treat you as not enough knowledge for the role. So make sure you have any one tool knowledge at least. Okay, if you're not having a confident, if you're not having a knowledge on any one tool at least in all these 6 area, do not mention you're a DevOps guy in your resume. Okay.
Got it.
But what I recommend, if you spend 1.5 month of time, yeah, you can be familiarized with all these DevOps and Azure, everything. Okay.
Got it. Thank you.
So put your effort 1.5 month. It will be easy for you to crack. No? Any other doubts for anyone? All good.
Hi, Hari. Good morning.
Hey, good morning.
Hari, could you please let me know the roadmap of how to practice on after your sessions? Like, can we take any 2 hours, 3 hours of our time, or is there any?
Not not required of 2 or 3 hours, brother. Honestly speaks,
Okay.
if you spend per day half an hour to 1 hour of practice, that's more than enough actually. Okay, more than enough.
Okay.
You spend 30 minutes after my session, but actually we have not to get into the sessions. Next week only, yeah, tomorrow you will feel that actually if you look at our 5 days of curriculum, tomorrow exactly what I'm going to get into the real-time project use cases related to Azure VM. If you look this 18th line number.
Okay.
So tomorrow I'll explain how the real-time use case, because this course not only I'm going to stop for 5 days. Actually, I'm going to start a new batch. Actually, a new batch for Azure and DevOps. Actually, some of them already enrolled here. Whoever you can see there are close to 4 members are already enrolled. Okay, some of them only attending for first 5 free sessions. For them, right, I'll go and take the real-time use cases. You will understand tomorrow what does mean by real-time use cases, why we need to learn the real-time use cases. Okay. So in that case, after learning, maybe tomorrow we can take an example. Tomorrow, after you learn this real-time use cases on top of Azure VM, go ahead and practice for half an hour. You will really feel the changes. Tomorrow I'll give one task. Every day I'll complete the real-time use case. Real-time use case means nothing. If you work in one Azure DevOps environment, Azure project, what are the day-to-day tasks you will get? What are the day-to-day tickets you will receive? Okay, daily basis we'll have a work, right? In that I'll pick one ticket from my current project. I'll explain you. I'll derive the solution step by step on each services on Azure, each DevOps tools actually. If that way you learn, right, even though you're not having a hands-on at present, you can minimum portray 2 to 3 years of work experience in your career. Okay, in your resume, last 2 to 3 years, we can update your resume in such a way. We'll do POC also during our classes as well. We'll do the POC also. Each one of us will do a POC.
Thank you, Hari. And one more. After these classes, could you please provide me as a document like terminology-wise and interview perspective? It is possible.
Yeah, it's definitely possible. Coming to document, we can categorize in 2 ways, Chaitanya. One is Azure services, right? We have a document. We have each services. The services, right? When it comes to cloud, the cloud console and interface will change regular basis. Tomorrow, day after tomorrow, they will update new things. Okay, so if maintain the document, right? That's not easiest one. So that is what we'll relay those documents with the Azure website, Microsoft official websites. But the second category of documentation for interview preparation, important interview questions, okay, the POC is what we have done, and any special real-time project use cases for Terraform, what are the use cases we have? For Docker and Kubernetes, what are the use cases we have? For Jenkins and Azure Pipeline, what are those kind of documents we have it. Example, if you go Jenkins, how to install Jenkins, how to set up Jenkins, that and all constant, always will be remain same. Setting up the Ansible, how we can implement configuration management tool across Azure platform, that is same. So those document and all we would able to provide you day by day, whenever we complete the class, the specific topic document we'll upload in our Google Drive.
Sure. And do you have any test template like test exams for certification point?
So it's not actually this is not an academic way we teach. So we are not providing any test. Instead, directly we'll give the POC where you need to complete your activity as a hands-on. You need to submit with me, so I'll review with you. Addition to POC, I'll assign some task to your real-time project task. When you work on a real-time project, suddenly your client will have some requirement. You need to provide the solution for them, right? We'll come into some situation. Those tasks I will assign. You need to complete the task on your weekends, either Saturday and Sunday. You need to come back to me, and if you stuck somewhere, definitely I'll help you. But there is no literally a test. All it's going to be a practical approach only.
Sure. Thank you, Hari.
Yep. Cool. All right. So now we are going with the one last thing, which is real-time projects. Okay. Importance of DevOps in real projects. If DevOps is not there in the live environment, what is the impact for us? The impact is nothing but it's a very time-consuming process. When any developer developed the code, it's not that easy to deploy in the environment. Addition to that, everything will be getting delayed. Will not get a quality output as how automation does. Okay, everything we'll have to do it manually. Since if we are doing manually, we require more manpower. We need to spend huge money on the employees. I mean, in terms of resource. Okay. Mostly, once you implemented DevOps, right, we can avoid the human errors in the automations. Automation ever does any human error? No, right? So automation never commit human error. Hey, sorry. If you ask one of our colleagues, hey, sorry, mistakenly I did this. He'll come and say, right, at any one point of time, any job he does. But automation will never, refuse and come and say like that. Actually, okay, that is the one another highlights of DevOps in the environment. So that is how it's very much important. Coming to the job security and salary packages. So, how many of you telling DevOps has very good scope for now at present in market? Currently, DevOps has scope or it's outdated technology?
Yeah, it has a scope now.
Yeah, very good actually. Yeah, this is the number one. So currently, right, there are 2-3 technologies are peak in market. First one, you all know, data science, data engineering kind of. Second one, right, people are talking more about AI. I don't know, like how many of you? So few years back, there is something called a blockchain. Have you heard this technology? Blockchain.
Yes.
Yeah, that time they were telling, right? That time they were telling, yes, Shiva.
Not only they are AI is popular. AI is a setback for employees. They threaten to us. AI is that in future AI is boomed out means a lot of people
lose their job
due to. I'm not much more clarity about that. Please let us know any threat is there or not.
Yeah, actually, recently one interview happened with Bill Gates. I'll share that link in our group. Okay, so in WhatsApp I'll share. Just have a look on it. Probably tomorrow we'll discuss about AI. Everyone, I'm recommending all of you to go through that interview. It's a blog in your mobile itself. You can open. Okay, I'll share the in our WhatsApp group. What happened? Yeah. All of you got the link in the group? Just check WhatsApp. Acknowledge.
Yeah, got it.
Yeah. Have a look on it. Not now, later. Post our session, just to have a look on it. Just 5 minutes it will take to go through this content. Okay. That Bill Gates responded whether IT professional on AI, it will make our job, it will replace us. The answer is here. Fine. So coming to data engineering, data science, and AI is talk of town now. Earlier, once upon a time, blockchain was talk of the town. When we talk about blockchain, they said the many things where come next generation is blockchain like that. But now the talk is little bit reduced when another technology comes. So similarly, right, technologies will come and go. But there are some technologies very much constant. Some technologies are very much constant. The constant environment is one of the constant environment, I would say, DevOps and cloud. Okay, it will not go that peak number one technology in market. At the same time, it will not go down. Intermediately, it will give job opportunity to many people. It's scope for many organization. Okay, it's constantly, right, the growth also will be there for DevOps and cloud. How many of you agree with my term?
Yeah, I can agree because it is an infrastructure support like that. So AI, it can't able to replace this technology.
Yeah, so no need to compare with AI, but general in terms of cloud and DevOps. Clouds provide us an infrastructure with virtually, and DevOps, right, for any software development license. Without software, without application, we cannot survey any organization as of today. So DevOps, right, providing a continuous support when in terms of provisioning the application, all those operation things, everything streamlined in proper way. Okay, that is what people, right, cloud and DevOps always consistent and things and stuff.
So when come to job security, earlier who knows? Like anybody know? Like out of AWS, Azure, GCP, who comes first in the market?
AWS.
AWS. Today, today AWS is one of the leading cloud provider as like Azure and GCP. We all have to agree that. But people today, everybody using cloud. Cloud is very much peak and famous today. I would say that credit all goes to AWS. Why I'm telling like that? AWS has introduced cloud in large scale of people. They made every organization to believe we can come out from the data center because AWS gave that much reliable service to each and every organization. Imagine if people who started use the AWS initially, if there is a downtime, huge data center loss, huge availability on a region down in the AWS, okay, huge network outage and all these situation occurred. If anybody, any of the organization will never come back to cloud and they continued cloud, correct? They would have continued with the data center itself. They would have pretty much happy with the data center. So the AWS made that thing as possible. They made it. After that only every organization started migrating cloud. At the time there is no competitor for AWS. So you know how big company it is. Google is one of the biggest company in all over the world. Microsoft is another biggest company all over the world. They two companies came as a cloud provider. They gave competitions to AWS. Something in the name of Azure, something in the name of Google Cloud. So all credit, initial credit goes to AWS. So now all of them, have giving tough competition, all those things, that's fine. But addition to that, right, we all have to understand one thing. When Microsoft and GCP came into the market, right, they realized actually, if we all of them start to use AWS, right, there is huge dependency for AWS. The reason why they choose the cloud, service, Microsoft and Google, when they launches their cloud products, right, they said next 20 to 25 years, it's going to be a cloud era. Okay, next 20 to 25 years going to be a cloud era. So in this era, right, every organization will migrate to cloud. They will use cloud. That's what happening today. They predicted, they know how industry, all they predicted, they came into the market. So we need not to be worried about job security when you are with cloud and DevOps. Only thing you need to do, whenever any new service comes, whenever any new tools comes, spend some time and updating that skill. That's only thing you need to do. The rest all, go with the flow. Okay, you don't need to worry about it. Just open LinkedIn and type like for search for a job for cloud and DevOps. It could be any cloud. Okay, so search for a cloud and DevOps. You're getting huge job opportunities, and very limited people are available for this. Not like a Java developer. If you search for a Java developer, huge Java developers are there. Search for a .NET developer, huge people are there. Python, huge developers are there. I'm not degrading anything, I'm not, telling up anything. Just I'm telling you the whatever I personally feel. Okay. There are lots of job opportunities available for cloud and DevOps. No need to worry about it. Okay. So feel free to pick your career with the cloud and DevOps without any hesitations. Okay, that's what I can tell. So coming to the salary package, generally for general company, okay, I am not asking your salary personally, whatever you feel, right? Just tell me if any fresher coming to the industry, how much average salary he is getting in India?
4 lakh. 4 lakh.
4 lakh is the average salary.
Getting from 2.5 to 3.5 or 4.
Okay, starting from 2 to 4.
2.5 to 4.
Where he placed on campus, he would get that, right?
Correct.
What is LPA?
Lakhs per annum.
Lakhs per annum. So what is the average salary you guys felt like if person has 3 years experience in India?
Around 7 plus.
Around 7?
7 plus.
So coming to that environment, if people has 8 years experience, how much average salary is getting in India?
Oh, 16 to 20,
Sorry,
15 more. 15 to
10 to how much max he can get, he can expect.
15.
15. Person who has 12 years of experience.
Plus.
20 plus. 22. How much would be the max?
30 lakhs.
Sorry?
Is it 12 years experience in one stream or different stream?
It's different. 12 years experience, 4 years in that company, 3 years in that company, 4 years you worked on that technology, this technology. End of overall 12 years experience, how much package you may get?
20 to 30 lakhs.
20 to 30 lakhs you guys certainly. Okay. All right. So here, how many people are, falls under this category? 0 to 3 years experience. Anybody here? No need to, no, I'm not asking a salary and all. Don't mistake me. Take it in the way. How many of them falling under this category? I'm asking just to understand the group. Okay. How many of them falls under 3 years to 7 years category of experience? How many of them falls under above 8 years of experience here? Overall?
I had.
Okay. To response.
Hari, comes under 10-year experience.
Okay, very good. Who all more than 12 years?
You can count me.
Anabal?
Yeah.
Perfect, guys. So
Yeah, I'm more than 12 years,
Yep.
but really not getting that much.
No, that's not a problem. I'm just asking for the years alone. Okay.
No, I'm surprised to see this package for
Yeah,
12 years.
So basically,
Hari, actually, there is a rule in IT, like based on the experience, we need to get some 1.5 to 2 lakh. For example, if it is a 1 year or 2 year experience, means we need to get at least 4 lakhs like that.
company standard you are telling, right?
Company.
Yeah. Correct. The designation wise and grade it defines. Okay. But I'll tell you generally, okay. So up to 5-7 years, right? Whatever company decides, it will be assigned to you. After 8 year only, people will have lots of changes in the company. You might have worked in minimum 3 company or 2 company at least. Okay. People are being there till 8 years, right? In same company, it's very rare. But the reality, right? People whoever works in cloud and DevOps in my friend circle, who has 8 years of experience to 10 years experience, they are getting minimum 20 to 25 per annum easily. Okay. Similarly, who has 10 to 12 years of experience, about 12 years of experience, right? They are getting minimum 35 to 50 lakhs easily. Okay, in India itself, I'm telling.
India?
In India
This is in
itself,
India?
it's not other countries and all. In India itself, it's there. So only thing what you need to focus properly on the technology. You need to have the clear understanding on the technology. If you are proved you are capable enough to clear the interview, if you proved you have a capable enough to clear the interview, you can expect that much level of package. No problem in that. Okay, all you need to put your effort and work on it.
In that 10 years experience, we have like 3 to 4 years experience of DevOps. We can get it like that?
Yeah, of course, yes. Of course, yes. Only thing you are fit for the role, that matters. Obviously, you will fall under L3 level of category. Kind of you are capable to play enough, senior engineer or team leader in the group. So obviously, you have a potential to manage as a tech lead. You can easily, crack it, right? Not an issue.
Okay.
Okay, I'm not joking. This
Hi,
is
Ari,
the
actually,
reality.
hi, Ari, I'm Kumar, actually. I'm having only Azure administrator experience around 2 or 3 years. I do not have experience on DevOps actually.
You need to learn
If
DevOps then.
I'm going to, if I'm going to attend any session or training session, is it possible to come into that 8 year experience?
So if you simply learn the concept alone, so if you go to YouTube, if you put DevOps, lots of things will come. If you learn only the concept, it's a waste of time of yours. Okay, after 1 month or 2 months, you will forget all those things. You have to learn with the real-time project use case. You need to know what is things are going on day-to-day basis. You need to learn the technology with live project use case with the POCs and all. That way, right? You can. That's made possible. Hey, what? Instead of we work in office, we are acquiring things. In the class, we are doing the POCs and we are going to work with the real-time use cases. That's what it's going to differ. Okay.
Thanks, sir.
So you need to learn in that way. YouTube and Udemy and all, or even training institute and all. Many people are taking academic-oriented training. We never know why up to 12th standard we learned these three max in engineering, right? Why we learned M1, M2, M3. Have you ever used it in your life? We don't know, right? Why we learned.
No.
But somehow we
it was-
but
Yes,
we
yes.
personally, I'm asking. Personally, we never know why we learned all those things. Worried about
But
all.
we have
But,
to crack that, otherwise we cannot.
Exactly. See, this is what no. If we learn simply from YouTube or Udemy or any institute, simply know how to install Terraform, how to create resource in Terraform, how to create virtual machine using Terraform, how to create on VNet. If you learn in that way, please, it's like your 12th standard max only. Don't do that. Okay, wherever you go, learn
Yeah,
it.
I understood.
Make sure learning with the real-time project uses. How this requirement will come in the live project. That's what we need. Because we all experienced folks. So that is what I really know. I'll tell you one example tomorrow. Okay, tomorrow we're gonna learn one of the use cases in our session. We will talk about it. Okay. The voice is clear.
Yes, sir.
Cool. I think we can get it started. Yeah. So as usual, same question. So anyone has any doubt or any questions on previously completed topic or any sessions? All good. That's nice. All of you good. No issues. We can get it started. So today, some useful and interesting stuff we're gonna discuss. So not only today, every day we are discussing useful stuff, but yeah, today we are going to discuss about some interesting things. Okay, so which is in the perspective of virtual machine. Okay, how to create a virtual machine, working with Windows and Linux, VMs in Azure. Some of the real-time project use cases, right? We are going to explore. In addition to that, we are also going to discuss about disk management in Azure. Today, highlighting part is the use case. Okay, so we got some tasks. We made it as a use case. Okay, I'll just show you over. In that, okay. So anyone already worked on Azure VM before? How many of you new to Azure VM? Because accordingly, I'll structure the way I. People are not talking. Go on mute. Myself, Bala. Anybody already worked on VM?
Oh, sorry.
VM.
Oh.
Yeah,
that was great.
I'm having experience of 2 years in Azure Admin. I used to work in VM VNet
Very good.
for
Very
disk management.
That's perfect, actually. What about others?
So I have created just a VM only. VM system.
No much hands-on, is it?
Yeah, no.
Okay. Anybody else?
I also created a couple of VMs many times in the project.
Okay. Cool. Majority of people, some of them already has some exposure, some of them new to this. Okay.
So let's get started. If already knows it, it will be refreshing session for you guys. Okay. So I'll go to Azure. How many of you know created Azure account? How many of you had to create?
Having account already created.
That's perfect.
I have created the account.
Very good. Very good. So make use of that account to do the hands-ons, whatever we discussed here. Yeah. Let me go ahead. I'll create one virtual machine. Okay. This way, right? We are going to learn about how to create the VM. So let me click on create VM. So any resource, if you're going to create in Azure, right? Most predominantly, this will be our interface, how it looks. First one, we need to select our subscription. Yeah, day before yesterday, we discussed about this, right? And make sure you have to select your resource group. Don't delete Prakash. This is one of my production sub resource group. So I'm going to create a new resource group. This is for high-tech Tamil Bhumi resource group. Okay. HV stands for high-tech, TB stands for Tamil Bhumi, and RG stands for resource group. Let me create a new resource group. Now I need to assign a name to my virtual machine. So we'll call it as a Windows server. In addition to that, which region you wanted to provision your particular virtual machine. So Central India is close to our location. So I'm selecting that. Availability zone options. If you guys are okay to physically separate your resources within a Azure region between your availability zone, select this. So it will randomly take which availability zone 1 or 2 or 3, whatever one, right? You have to select in the below drop down. Okay, whichever the availability zone you are comfortable, you can select and drop down. Now make sure you are creating any cluster or something like that. Make sure both the servers are in different availability zone. If you create this server in zone 1, make sure the next server you should be creating in different zone. Okay. So security type, we have various types of the trusted, standard, confidential virtual machine. So usually, right, in production, we'll go with the trusted launch virtual machine because it's protect against our persistent advanced attack. Okay, literally this is generation 2 VMs. So secure boot is enabled with this. So somehow decent security policies are around this type. Okay, so we would go with this. So what operating system you want? Operating systems are calling it as an image here in Azure. So click on it, select any one of the Windows operating system. Okay, 62-bit size. How much CPU, how much RAM you would require? See, 1 core CPU, 1 GB RAM. So here itself you can see the charges per month, 2,720. If you run this VM, you would approximately pay 2,720. Okay. 2 virtual CPU and 4 GB RAM. Let me select this. Here we'll give the username and password. Let me give some username and log into that VM. I gave some password. So what port you want? I have allowed RDP 3389 because I need to take RDP, right? Remote desktop protocol. Once the virtual machine is created, through this 3389 port only, I would be able to connect with my virtual machine. Okay, so I'm selecting this. Now, next step, right? So we have done with the first, basic part. We have something called disk. In the disk, right, we will select how much number of disk I required. Okay. Default disk size is 127 GB. If you want to add a new disk, you can add it. Even you can add it at present or after creation of VM also, we would be able to adding that. So next step is networking. VNet probably we'll discuss by next week. Here is the place how we'll create our VNet, how we'll control our IP addresses, all those things we will see here. Then management, we have various options are there, but I don't want you guys to make it confused with this, but I'll tell you on high level. Okay, because those areas and all we'll never touch. After giving the basic, we'll select the networking, then we'll review and create directly. We'll go. Okay, small options will be there here. So Defender for cloud. If you are enabling this, the Defender will be get activated to your VM. So automatic shutdown when you want to do. any backup you wanted to enable, you can do it. So those kind of extra features will be there. These are add-ons only, I would say. Monitoring, is there any enable recommended alert? If any alert come, we can configure to send it. If any server VM down or anything like that, we can enable for that. Boot diagnostics, if something happened to troubleshoot, we can enable the boot diagnostics, all those things. Advanced, so here we can add some extension if you want to install any application, any package along with your VM, right? You can select it. So along with your VM, that extension get installed. Okay. So apart from that, right?
Sorry, that advanced extensions means that along with operating system related or application related?
Separate third-party software, antivirus, something like that. It will come along with your OS. While creating VM itself, it will be get it installed. Okay.
Okay.
Totally, but 99.99% will not use it, but they are given an option. Okay. Agent for cloud work, Symantec. Okay. Monitoring. No, any other third-party Chef VM extension, Control M, Datadog, any third-party application we can add it. Okay. Custom data. If you want to run any script inside your, pass a script configuration while VM being provisioned, right? You can pass them over here in the custom data. If you are creating Linux server and all, if you want to do something in the startup, you can pass the shell script, something like we can do it. And final one is tag. When you have hundreds of resources, right? You can add the tags actually. Maybe, right? If you go to any mall to buy one beautiful shirt for you or your friend. Once you approach, showroom, Max or Trends or whatever, you will start search for a shirt. Every shirt will have a tag. What is the use of the tag? The tag will contain what is the size of the shirt and which brand it is and what is the pricing, mainly for pricing, and what material it has been, it's a jean cloth or cotton or whatever type of the cloth. Every data will be mentioned there. Imagine if you are not using the tagging concept in the showrooms, what will happen? We will unsure what is our size. Okay, we every time, right? We need to check with our shopkeeper like how much cost for this shirt, how much it's cost around. So each and every shirt you need to wear and you need to confirm whether this is suits for you or not. So it's a little bit difficult, right? That is why we are having a tag. So tags literally giving you the metadata about that particular product. When you have thousands of shirts available, it gives information about that particular piece. Correct? Similarly, when come to Azure, you will have hundreds of VM in your environment. If you go to live project, you'll have hundreds of VMs. Out of hundreds of VM, right? Out of hundreds of VM, what will happen? This could, give us information about where this VM created, what purpose we created. Maybe we can create it something like application server. Is it a production one? Yes. So future, when you have multiple resources, we would be able to filter by running a script or something. Hey, out of 100 server, filter only the application web server who contains the tag of application web server. Filter that data alone. Like we can filter it, we can do some activity. Okay, that is why we are assigning a tag. Optional, totally optional. But if you go any project, right, every project will have their own tagging mechanism because some of the team, multiple team will use same Azure subscription. On that case and all, they'll differentiate the resources and billing based on the tagging only. Every project will have a cost ID. Every project will have a project name. So they will add those information. So by adding the tag, the resources get more, info. In future, it will be easy for us to refer. In some of the organization, right, they would also have a policy. Policy says if you're not having enough tag, you will not be able to create the resources. So tag is mandatory. That's how also some projects are there. When you get into Azure environment and project, while getting a KT about that project, you have to come, understand about the tagging strategy, what they uses. Finally, we are going to create a VM.
Okay, validation passed. So let me click on create. Will be get it ready shortly.
தனக்கு தேவையான உணவு, தன்னுடைய வாழ்வியல், தன்னுடைய உறைவிடம் எல்லாத்தையும் சரி பண்ணி பர்ஃபெக்ட்டா கொடுக்கப்பட்ட அந்த
They are literally waiting for resource to create. Yeah, I think the resource is ready. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's not good.
Yeah, you're talking something. You have any doubt?
No, I need a difference of multi-cloud, AWS and Azure. In DevOps, what is the major difference?
Nothing different, only infrastructure is different. Rest all going to be the same concept. Okay, whatever resource you are provisioning on top of Azure, that infra gonna differ in AWS. Rest all roadmap, whatever we discussed yesterday, exactly same, 100%.
Oh, okay.
Okay, and another thing here, they use ARM for provisioning the resources. In AWS, they are using cloud formation template. You wanted to go with a common approach, use Terraform for infrastructure support. Okay, rest all
Both Azure and AWS.
Yeah. Ansible works same, Git, pipeline tools, all work same.
Okay, thank you.
Cool. So yeah, my virtual machine is ready. Now we are going to connect with the virtual machine. So in here, how many of you know Windows user? Who all having Windows laptop? Who all having Linux laptop? Who all having Mac laptop?
I have a Windows.
Okay.
I have Windows.
I have Windows.
Okay. I think majority of people are having Windows. So in your Windows laptop, you can open, remote desktop tool, MSTSC in run command. If you type, you will get one application, remote desktop application. Using that itself, we can connect it. If anybody Linux or Mac users, sometimes by default, that remote desktop tool will not be there in your laptop. So in that case, you need to install it separately, like how I did. This is the tool. Root admin is the username. Welcome at 123. It's a password. Let me try to connect with the virtual machine using the tool.
How many users we can log in on that virtual machines?
A number of users. There's no restrictions. But when you go to live environment, we will add this VM into our domain. Okay. So whoever the domain users we have, we will be able to log into that particular VM. Or you wanted to create a local users, create a local user also. But it depends on the, at a time, 2 users would be able to log into this server. So my server is ready. Right? My server is pretty much ready. Here we can do whatever we want. For now, I'll minimize this server. I'll open one of the document. That document is all about a real-time project use case document. Okay. Where I kept that. Yeah. Okay. This is our real-time project use case document. Yeah, from Monday, most probably we will have a discussion regarding this use case only. As I said many times, even yesterday also, we are not freshers. We all of us having some of the experience. When we have experience, when you want to switch our job to Azure and DevOps kind of technologies, you have to be familiarized with this kind of use cases. That's really matters. So that's what each and every service is, right? Here, only today and tomorrow we'll done with our general discussion. After that, right, we'll go and approach with use cases only. This is what really we need. Okay. Today we are going to discuss about this particular use case. Let's see how it goes. I'll show you other use cases as well. Azure virtual machine. Okay. So what is the requirement? My client Nokia need a Windows VM for data storage. Of course, yes, we have created one virtual machine by Windows VM. So make sense, make use of the same server for our requirement as well. So we have a server ready. We have server ready. Okay. So in this server, we can go. As per my client, right? So launch the server with 3 additional disks actually. By default, if you take this server, how many hard disks must be there? By default, 2 volumes are there. One is temporary storage, forget about that. This is our operating system storage, okay? So we have a OS drive will be there. Now we need to create as per my client need, we need to create a 100 GB, 70 GB, 50 GB, 3 additional disk I need to create. 100 GB, 70 GB, 50 GB. Like that, I need to create a additional volumes. Okay, 100 GB, 70 GB, 50 GB. Likewise, we need to create a volumes. Likewise, we need to create a volumes. Okay. Once we created the volumes, right? Yeah, first we'll create the volume and come. If you go to the virtual machine, right, there is an option here called disk. If you go there in Azure console, you would be able to see an option called a disk. Also, we have a dedicated service available in the name of disk. Let me open the disk service in new tab. Okay, here you go. Already 2 disks are available. Okay, let's forget about it. But we need to create a new disk. Click on create disk. Which resource group I need to select out of 3? What is
You
our
can select
HTTP.
Yeah, correct. This resource group. This is our resource group. Disk name, I would say disk 1, something like that. So this is our region. This is our zone. Make sure those are selected and change the type. I don't want for 1000 GB. Let's make it for 100 GB.
If you are not giving a right resource group, then it will not be within this. You will not assign to within this server.
Yeah, you will not be able to assign this disk to your virtual machine. You need to make sure to give correct resource group, correct region, correct availability zone. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, my disk is ready. Now what I'll do, I'll go to my VM. I'll just refresh the page because another tab we created the disk, right? It will not sometime get reflect. I refresh the page. I'll go to attach existing disk. Already I have one. I'm going to attach existing disk. Click on this. Go to drop down. Any disk what we created, this is the disk. Why it is showing? Because only one disk created, which is an unattached state. In the same region, same availability zone. That's why it's coming up. Okay, let me select this. That is another way of creating disk. Also, you can create a disk over here itself. Create disk. Disk name is disk 2, 70 GB. Like that, you can create a disk. If you click on apply, okay, immediately disk 2 and 3 creating, updating the virtual machine.
So this will by default it will go within the same resource group and availability zone, right?
Yep, correct. Okay, looks like everything done. These are the data disk. This is my OS disk. All are present. We can validate the same thing in our console as well. And one more thing, even if you are doing in the on-prem environment, you need a downtime for this. Correct? If I refresh this, I should supposed to see totally 3 more new disks. Why it is not coming? Any idea?
We have to refresh it in the drive.
I have done.
We need to add it from the device manager.
Enable the disk.
Unallocated
Disk management, okay?
disk manager.
I have to enable the disk patterns.
Yeah, let me open the disk manager. See, new 3 disks are added. So click on OK. Look at this. 3 unallocated disk available. Let me create a volume from this. Okay, all good, right? So our new volumes are present here. Make sense? There are 2 ways how to add volumes to our virtual machine. As client requested, we have done that. Now what we need to do, duplicate the data of 50 GB disk into 80 GB disk. Literally whatever the 50 GB disk you have, right? We are going to create a snapshot backup. Snapshot backup we're gonna do. Okay. So future we can use it for any purpose. Before taking a backup, I'll go inside of the server. Where is my 50 GB volume? Here, right? I'll go there. I'll create some content out of it. So nearly we have a 20 plus contents or other. Okay. So 20 contents we created. So empty text pad. Now I'm going to this 50 GB volume. If you go there, click on the 50 GB disk. We are going to create a snapshot from this disk. When you create snapshot, we have various advantages are there. I'll tell you each, but this is for creating snapshot. Okay, snapshot for taking a backup of that particular volume. Okay, so future anything happen to your primary volume, you can restore it from your snapshot backup. Okay. There are 2 options given, incremental and full backup. Okay. First time we'll take a full backup. From next time onwards, we'll take the incremental backup. Okay. If snapshot is in progress. All of you know the difference between incremental backup and full backup, right? Anyone can explain about that?
Once full backup is done, every day's update, it will be tracked as incremental update. So only that modified changes will be modified files will be pushed to the disk.
Perfect. Yeah, correct. Okay, snapshot has taken. If you go to the resources, you should be able to see. Look at this. Actually, snapshot is another service basically. If you search snapshot. Okay. I think my production snapshot, this one is, which comes under the not delete resource group. This is our backup what we created just before. Okay. All right. We'll go to our architecture diagram. So once we created a snapshot, right? Duplicate the 5 GB volume to 80 GB volume attached to secondary VM. Actually, what we need to do, we need to convert this as a 80 GB volume now. From the snapshot, full snapshot, we need to convert to 80 GB volume. Okay, then we need to attach to
Is 8 GB or 80 GB?
actually while typing I missed the 0. Okay. That's the typo. It's actually 80 GB. Okay, so this is my second VM. We need to attach this volume here. Okay, what is the reason we are doing like that? By doing this, right, we are understanding from one VM to another VM how we can attach the volume in any future if any requirement comes, right? We will be able to understand this from one VM to another VM how we are attaching the disk. That is one use case. Second requirement is from the VM1, you have some certain data. You wanted to transfer the data alone to your VM2 means usually we'll transfer it through network. So you know, right, networking, transmitting data will be time consuming one. So here we can take the volume, I mean disk snapshot, convert as a volume attached to your secondary server, locally copying. It's a bit more faster. This is another reason. Okay. Third reason is imagine you are having this volume. Currently, it's located in US India, sorry, Central India region, zone 1, availability zone 1. In future, you want the same data to be available in different, availability zone, different region while taking snapshot, right? At the time of creating volume, you have option to change that actually. Okay, these 3-4 advantages are there. So I'll show you. This is our snapshot, backup snapshot. When you click on create disk from this snapshot, look at this. You have option to change your availability zones. You have option to change the size of your one. Okay, you can even change the volume type also. Okay, disk name we can provide and you can click on create. So okay, these many advantage we have when you deal with your snapshot. Okay. Now I'll create a 80 GB disk. Also, I'll create a second VM. We'll attach and we'll see. Okay, the virtual machine part, I'll go and I'll spin up a new VM. So this will take another 2 minutes to create new VM. Okay. So VM is ready. We'll go to the VM. Right immediately we'll update our disk also. Go to disk. No. Disk attached. Attach existing disk. Most probably disk, new disk. Okay. We'll apply it. Once done, we'll go and take the IP address of your VM. I'll add one more machine. This is going to be my second machine. Connect. Root admin. Welcome. Path 1 to 3. Oh, password wrong. What happened? I don't know, something happened. No, something wrong. No issue. If you come down, you have an option for reset password. Okay, looks like it's updated. We will try to log in.
Sorry, the user one we can give any AD groups also. Anything AD
Active
groups
Directory
and
group.
yeah,
We can. We can. Once you log into that virtual machine, usually what we will do in our project is we will connect with our Active Directory domain. Okay.
Okay.
So when you connect with the Active Directory domain, any domain user you will be able to log in. Okay. So you got the volume available. But how much GB we added? How much GB we received?
We added 80 GB, right?
Correct. Why? We got very less. If we go there, what are the data should be there inside?
All the 20 files.
Yeah, that files looks good available, but so let's go and check disk management. We need to expand the size actually. Okay, that remaining 30 GB will be in unallocated state. Okay, right click new simple volume, or you can click over here and expand the volume. Here 50 GB, which turns to 80. Okay.
Okay.
If you want, you can create a new separate volume, or you can extend the same volume. Depends upon your need, you can plan for it.
If you create separate volume, it will become another drive or
another drive, yeah. It will become another drive. Okay, guys. So now we made GB disk present here. Okay. So my client Nokia, so they created a data server, first server. They have launched with 3 extra volume. They duplicated the 50 GB volume, made it as 80 GB. While taking a snapshot, these are the advantage we have. We have added to the secondary server. Okay. In that VM, enable remote and web service from anywhere. Okay. In that second server, right? We can enable a remote and web servers to anywhere. I mean, 3389 and port 80 for HTTP. This port is for HTTP. This port is for RDP, remote desktop protocol. So we need to make sure my
hello, Hari.
Yeah.
Sorry for the interrupt.
Yeah.
Can you summary first initially you created 3 disks and then you created a snapshot. From that snapshot, you created another new disk and mapped to the second VM, or how the data got synced automatically?
Yeah, from the snapshot, I created the new volume.
New volume. Okay.
Yeah, from the snapshot, I created a new volume.
So when you create a new VM, you attach the new disk which you created from the snapshot, right?
Correct. Yeah. That's how the data is synced here. Okay.
Okay. Initially, you mentioned as a full backup. So if any new text file you have uploaded in the drive, so how the incremental backup will do? Whether you need to change again or
you need to create one more snapshot, or you need to have automation in place in Azure account. Every day, one backup we need to take, something like that. We need to do the automation separately. So every day it will take the changes only in the new incremental backup.
Okay.
If you want to sync between 2 servers at a time, if you have made changes in one server, immediately another server have to get synced, means you need to configure. There is something called file share available. Okay, common storage will attach to each server. That is a separate concept. By next week we'll discuss. Okay, we'll create something called file share.
Okay.
Network disk will be created. We'll add the network disk to both the server. If you add one file here, instantly get updated in the another server. That's how it works.
Okay.
Currently, our intention is to how to create VM, how to manage the disk, how to manage the backup, snapshot. What are the use of snapshot? When are the scenario we can go for using snapshot? How to attach the new volume to secondary server from old snapshot. Okay, that is what the goal today.
Okay.
So in the same goal continuation, as I said, we need to open this ports and all. Basically, when you take any virtual machine, right, there is something called a security group will be there actually. What does mean by network security group? This is my security group. This is my security group actually. What is the use of it? What is security group?
So to allow the port usage and outside network access?
Yeah, correct. The red color layer, network security group, nothing but it's a software firewall to your virtual machine. So what are the port you are allowed to the VM to access? Which are the protocol you allowed to the VM to access? All those things we will have the control in the network security group only. In short form, people is call it as a NSG, network security group, NFG. So if you go to any VM, right, the network security group will be there. I'll show you the console live. Okay, even if you take this VM, right, there is something called network setting. Click on that. Here you should be able to see network security group. At present, right, we opened this port only, port RDP 3389 has opened. In order to open, and additionally in future, you want to enable any particular port, go to create port rule, inbound rule. There are two ports rules are there. One is inbound and another outbound. Inbound is nothing but incoming request to your server. From outside, people trying to access your server. That's something called inbound. Outbound means from your server, you are going out. Okay. So always we need to be more conscious about inbound rule. That does need to be secured because anybody can come inside, right? So make sure you are open the required and necessary port only. Okay. So outbound, no matter. So nothing will go out from our mission. So let's click on the inbound. Here you need to add the port range. 80 for HTTP you need to add. You want to allow or deny, you can specify here. Okay. So once you added, you can see, yeah, 80 as allowed. If you want to block any particular port, you can do that. Feel free to do that. Maybe you wanted to block port 25. You can add it. We have denied. Port 25.
If you do not do any allow and deny, then
by default it's blocked. By default it's blocked. Yeah. Then why we have a separate deny option means you allowed 80 for everyone, right? Any specific IP addresses you want to deny, you can deny it. Like 80. Any specific IP addresses for 100 dot. For this IP address alone, you wanted to deny me, you can deny. Okay. 80 will be allowed to everyone, only this particular IP can be denied. So those kind of network settings, everything will be controlled under the network security group only. Okay. Also, the second server can reach any destination point when globally we open. That is not a security best practices. We will not do. Just to highlight you only, I mentioned that in our use case. Make sure we are not supposed to expose any of my application to globally. That is security breach. Okay. Coming to the another use case, right? We have, if we keep go, it will keep on, we'll keep on add the weightage and more heavy content into it. Each use case, if you check, will keep on increase the load. So here you can see my client need a web server. So we'll provision the web server. One is for separate disk for data and OS. Web server source stored under the data disk. The source code, web page application, right, stored on the data disk. Web server should be accessed by static public IP. Okay. Also, they need to backup web server. Like this is one of the use cases. This is a storage account. And storage account is the biggest use case. So anyone understand this project scenario? Document management system. My project is they are going to use Azure storage for document management. So you are tasked with developing a document management system for a legal firm. One auditing company. For them, we need to set up a document management system. The system should allow lawyers and legal assistants to upload, organize, and manage legal documents securely. Additionally, clients should be able to access the specific document related to their cases via secure web portal. So these are the requirements they have. We need to implement it. So we need to create Azure storage container, soft delete after 30 days of retention, versioning and snapshot, static web hosting. Like these are the things we need to implement. This is one of the use case. So each and every services, right, we'll go and approach with the use case. Each and every services, we'll go and approach the use case. The use cases are actually, I'll pick it from my
You won't believe this use case document, right? Scenario based document for Azure administration, DevOps, both. Almost I spent 3 months for me to create along with my team for each and every use cases. Specifically, I picked. Why we picked the specific use case means, see, for this one use case, almost we touched how many services? We touched the Windows virtual machine service, snapshot service, disk service, network security. Okay, the 4 service we touched, correct?
Right.
Similarly, each and every use cases, right? I structured in a way it will touch minimum, 3 to 4 services. So that way the use cases will be. So the wide range of knowledge you can expect. So my client, right, TVS, they want to launch a web server publicly along with the database server on the backend. Establish the connectivity between web server and database server. 2 network we need to create. One network for a web server, another network for subnet database server. We need to establish the connectivity between web and database server. But you can see database server, we are not supposed to provide public connectivity because this network very crucial. All my data and all my application data, everything will store in the database server only, right? It need to be very much secure because it's crucial. So there is no public access for my database server. Ensure website can have a public network access. So we need to construct the networking environment like that according to these client requirement. So each and everything, right, we'll approach with the scenario only. Every services, even load balancer certificate, VM scale certificate, everything. All of the, so even DevOps services also will approach with the scenarios only. Okay, actually my DevOps use case in another directory, I believe, but let me check and open. Look at this. Actually, I did this activity when I was worked with CTS. So CTS got a new project which is in pipeline. They are doing a POC with their client. Okay, whatever the application they are having in the virtual machine, we are going to move it as a Docker containers. Okay, this POC we need to submit. While demonstrating things to my client, right, in the meeting, we'll have to demonstrate following things. Installation of brand new Docker server in the Linux, Docker package in the Linux server. We have to download our custom image. We have to create the containers. We need to show them how are we going to handle the multiple containers because they have a multiple web applications in the VM. So how are we going to handle multiple them and managing them? How are we going to handle them remotely? This POC we need to explore and we need to provide to them. Okay, this is one scenario. And this is for Kubernetes. This is for Ansible. Okay. My client environment completely set up with the Linux server, developer, testing engineer, dev engineers. So the reason behind Linux server, secure and fast. Okay. So close to 200 servers are running in my Azure environment. So people are doing manually these tasks. What are the tasks? Package update, vulnerability check and fix, report collection, script file execution. All this activity for all 200 servers, so far we are handling manually. So using Ansible, I need to automate this task. This is one of the implementation we need to do it in our environment. This is what we're going to see. This is what we are going to see. So it will be looks like that only actually. For Jenkins, my client centrally maintaining a repository in GitHub. From there, they wanted to code for Jenkins. All the repositories were written in Java. They have a setup to run a pipeline. So each and everything, right, we'll approach with the scenarios and use case. It's completely made with scenarios. Terraform. Okay, Terraform also project requirement. Whenever we have a requirement of account, Azure account creation, the resources, everything we'll do manually. We need to automate it. So everything we have, structurized with use cases, guys. Okay. This way only, I am also, even yesterday, if you remember, I asked you, all of you, to go ahead and have a study with the use cases. Do not, rely on the theory, understanding the concept. That's fine. But more than that, you should know if you are learning one particular service or particular DevOps tools, what are the different client requirement in that? What are the Good morning, all. Can you guys hear me?
Good morning.
Yeah, very good. So hope all of you had a great weekend, right? So anyone has any doubt or any questions before we start the session? Any common doubts, anything to be discussed?
I created an Azure VM. When I tried to add it gave me internal error. occurred.
Okay, you created Azure account, but you are not able to connect to your VM.
Yes.
Okay. Will you be able to share your screen so that we can troubleshoot?
Well, later I deleted it, the VM, planning to create another one
Okay,
of
maybe.
the same configuration. Yeah, I don't have it handy.
Okay, maybe if you okay, create, try and share screen, we can troubleshoot. Because timeout may occur for various reasons. And not identify why it comes.
Okay.
So if you can share screen, it will be easy. Any other doubts to anyone? Any other questions? Common doubts or something like that? All good.
No, but yeah, maybe we can start the session. Well, if you have any doubts, I think people can.
So today we are going to talk about Azure DevOps interview and job opportunities with Azure. How to prepare for Azure DevOps. Should prepare to clean the interview. So almost all are related to DevOps interview. So before getting into DevOps, right, talking about interview, there is a dedicated portal available. How many of you know? dev.azure.com. Okay, usually when you are accessing your Azure console, you will access them using portal.azure.com. All your cloud resources, everything, you will access it. You will create a VM, everything on top of portal.azure.com. When come to DevOps, right, we have a dev.azure.com. Okay. Let me change it up right. Okay. So this is the DevOps portal, what dedicatedly given by Microsoft Azure. If you wanted to access your DevOps resources, right, you will be accessing it here only. We will be accessing it here only. Here we'll have a various projects. If you click on new projects, right, you will be able to create the new project like Azure new project, something like that. So when you go for an environment in your project name, right, your client name, you will have a project will be created. If you click on create, the project gets created. If you go inside of your project, right, you have a few other options. You can see left, you can see few other options. So where you can add the project description. So this is our project we are supporting for this company. This is our main goal, vision, all those things, we can update it over here. Apart from that, right, we have a few set of options. Anybody heard about anything, something like have you guys heard about what is Azure dashboard, Azure board, Azure repo, Azure pipeline, test plans, artifacts? Anybody heard about these items? How many of them it's new? This portal itself new?
Yeah, it looks new.
It's new for me.
It's new for everyone.
Yeah.
All right. So if it is new, this is one of the crucial thing all of you have to understand, guys. When Azure talks about DevOps, you will manage the resources on this portal only. For both, you have a same login. You don't need to provide a different login. Same thing. Like if you come there, whatever the credential you use to log into your Azure portal, right? Somehow similar portal you would like you should use for dev.azure.com as well. Here dedicatedly they given your project DevOps item can be tracked and managed over here. So when come to dashboard, right, we can create a dashboard, okay, where we can add some widget, Okay, something like chart. If you add it like that, you will be able to add it. So here you can have some query. Okay, so it will display the status of any pipeline, any activity you are doing, right? It will display in your dashboard. Mostly, right, in projects we will use in board, right? Board is nothing but your ticketing tool. Board is nothing but your ticketing tool. So when you go there, you can create a work items and tickets, everything over here. This is the backlog. We can see how many tickets in your project pending. Okay, all those information you will able to see. Here, if there is any issue or whatever, right, we can go and we can create a tickets, right? Normally, what ticketing tool you are using in your project? ServiceNow or Jira or your own customized ticketing tool?
Jira mostly.
Jira mostly, yeah.
ServiceNow.
ServiceNow. Yeah, mostly Jira or ServiceNow will be the okay. But when you are using Jira and ServiceNow, two things you need to keep in consideration. What are those? First one is licensing. You need to buy a license, correct? Addition to that, the integration, automated ticket creation and all, it's quite difficult. It's easy only, but you need to spend some time to integrate all those. Sometime if it does not works, you need to troubleshoot. But when come to Azure DevOps, okay, dev.azure.com, here itself they have given, there's a dedicated tab called board. If you go there, you can create a stories and things and stuff here. Okay. New boards. So like that, we can add and create a various options and features, by the way. Okay. We go to board. Here all what are the items to do you wanted to add, what are the things are in progress currently. You can keep it in doing. You can move the ticket to done state. Actually, when you click on work item, usually it's supposed to show us a ticket creation page. Which is not coming up. New work item, let me go and create. Maybe Azure. Cloud, we go to work item. Okay. If you go there, you can add the description about the issue. What is the state? Who's the assignee? Okay, as of now, only one user is there, my Azure Enter ID. In future, if you are adding more user, those people name also will come over here. So which area path, which sprint it is. You can add the description. We can add early literacy issues. After creating the VM, not able to show the VM. Taking the timed out issue, something like that. We have saved, maybe we can assign to this my name. Okay, right now, if we go to board, you should be able to see the user story. I mean, the ticket is in to-do state. Once I started working, right, I'll move this to, in doing state. For a better reference, right, we can add the tags issue related to Azure Cloud. Okay, you can add a few other things also. Something called, who's working. Currently, India team is taking care of this, or you'll have a client location. If they have a team available, you can mention it. Which location team is taking care of it. This user story this ticket has been taken care by Chennai team. Okay, like that we can add some tags if you want. Now, if you go back to your board, We should be able to see. Once it's completed, right, you can add the description. Here you can go. You can add the description. Issue has been requested. User to share the screen or provide details to proceed further. Like that we can add. Okay. Understand this, guys? Any doubt, guys? No problem. Okay, so in the board, we can create a tickets and we can manage it. Mostly when you go to Azure projects, right, they will not depends on third party. Okay, they will not depends on third party ticketing tool things and stuff. Okay, so they will relay with this boards only. Here you will have a queries and all. When you have a lots of tickets, you can handle it. We can fetch it through queries actually. I click on here. Okay, new query. Okay, if you wanted to filter any information like work at any state. Okay, if you run the query, see, look at this. It is giving you. You can, if you want, you can add the new queries also. Something like assigned to news or something like. Okay, like that. You can filter it. You can filter the name also. You can filter it. I was talking about the dashboard, right? New. Initially, I was talking about the dashboard, right? If you remember, we created this dashboard. We can, yeah, this can be mapped with that actually. So if we go back to the queries, new query, save this. Test my queries. I'll just save it like that. The dashboard one. Here we can map that query actually. If we go here, right? Okay, here actually we'll have a common path. We'll get that shared query. Now we have not, we don't have a license to show the shared queries. Okay. So if we select that query, right, whatever you saved, that information will be popped up here as a graphical user interface. Okay. So that is where it works. Maybe once again, I'll try. I can save it to any other path. I'll try to check the police. Test one is showing. My tickets. All tickets will mention like all tickets. Okay, if you show like that, it will be, graphically it will be get updated in the dashboard. We can come and check. Usually you'll have a review and all. Daily you will have a review, right, in your project. We'll come there, we can have a reviews, into how many tickets we have. All those things we will be able to see. I'll create one more item. If we can check that. you will able to understand. As of now, only one work item I have, right? Let me create one more. Something, yeah. Create one. Pick. Just to. If we go to board.
Sorry, I have a question. I'm not sure. I think you have answered this previously, but you said no external ticketing tools are integrated with Azure.
No, it's
So
one of the feature I'm telling. It's not mandatory. External tools usually we will not integrate when you use Azure DevOps in your environment. Okay. Because it provides almost all the features what that's provided for the free of cost. Okay. All right. So you don't need to rely on ServiceNow or Jira for your work. Makes sense. Because it has inbuilt feature. Whatever your ticketing tool provide dashboard, exporting and CSV, querying, creating new tickets, adding description. All the features are given in the board itself, Azure board plus everything.
okay.
Okay, you can see we have created a second ticket. One is to do, one is in doing. Even if you have an option, you can still more customize it. Like not only to do, doing, completed, you can keep it in, like analyzing. We can keep it in, peer review kind of tabs. Also, you can add. You can categorize it much more as efficient as possible.
Okay.
Okay, so these dashboards, boards are very much effective in terms of managing the tickets and creating it, all those items. Wiki, you can, have your own documentation here itself. You can create a documentation where your team member will all be in same page. Okay. Coming to repos, yeah, this is another interesting stuff. Where which repository you are handling in your project, maybe GitHub or Bitbucket, right? Azure has its own repository. So all your code, everything, right? You can keep it in Azure repo itself. If you come there, I had my own, codes here. You can see Azure DevOps pipeline tool. Okay. So all those things, right? I have updated in this particular repo. So it will be easy for us to take a look. Currently, right, we have only one repo. If you want to create a new, you can create it. Okay, as like you wanted to clone, right? You will be getting the URL. As like your GitHub, right? You can create it. Okay, so entire your repositories and things and stuff, right? Would be able to manage it on top of repos. You don't need to go with again GitHub repository or a Bitbucket repository, paying separate license for GitHub and Bitbucket. Everything is included here. Okay. Same Git CLI commands are applicable here as well. Okay. Coming to pipelines. What pipelines you are using in your project at present? Anyone know? Or even you are not familiar with any pipeline, any pipeline tool you guys are awareness? Name of the tool? Jenkins. Most of them telling Jenkins. Very good. Anybody? Anything else? Sorry. Jenkins is there. What else? All of you attended my Friday session. Friday session itself, I said, right? Pipeline tools.
Yes.
What are those? Apart from Jenkins?
YAML.
YAML is the pipeline.
Apart from Jenkins, it's Azure DevOps pipeline, GitHub workflow.
GitHub workflow. GitLab is there. BAM is there. Circle CI is there. TeamCity is there. Lots of tools are there. Okay. Fine. So coming to that, apart from Jenkins, most of the other tools are paid one. Okay. When come to Jenkins, one advantage and disadvantage. Advantage is open source. Disadvantage is backend server, wherever your job is running, right?
that server you need to manage. It's kind of an infrastructure as a code tool. It's kind of a infrastructure as a code tool where in the case you would be able to manage specific data like your server, backend server, everything you have to take care of patching the server, license for that particular server, everything, right? You'll have to manage backup of that server, everything you will have to manage. That one complexity we'll have to face. If something happened to Jenkins server, you'll not be able to run your pipeline jobs. So that is the reason people mainly will go for other pipeline tools where those all work like a software as a service. What is software as a service? Have you guys heard about this term, software as a service? No, no one heard about software as a service.
We heard Hari, but
couldn't recollect quickly.
Software as services means entire environment we have to handle. Only for we have to take some software access from cloud.
Okay. Let's take an example of Netflix again. So some of you know, a couple of days before you said you have a Netflix subscription, right? So once you pay for a Netflix, what are the benefits you are getting?
You can see the movies.
New movies, old, whatever they are in their library, you can have a look on it. Web series, you can take a look. Correct? So those benefits you are getting. For watching those, their historical data and their, live newly launched any content. You are managing any servers or you are doing any security update. You are, apart from their app, they are asking you to redirect somewhere to get any content.
No, they provide
all in one interface. So
yes,
you don't need to manage any of their servers in the backend, correct?
Right.
You don't need to worry about their storage going to fill or not. You don't need to worry about their storage part, right? How much it's remaining, all those.
Yes.
You don't need to worry about is there any outage happened on the Netflix side. They'll take care of fixing that, right?
Yeah.
That is something called software as a service. When you're using software as a service, okay, you simply need to enjoy your service using internet. Okay, only your concern is even if you have a Netflix, your main concern is internet. If you have internet, that's it. No other requirement for you, right? You have an app, internet is ready, you can watch their streaming content as long as you want at any time, 24/7. So software as a services, you don't need to manage any backend hardware. You don't need to manage your backend software. You don't need to worry about patching and security update of that particular environment. Simply, you need internet to access their service and enjoy. Okay, that is what we are doing in Netflix, right? Can we consider Netflix as software as a service?
Yeah.
Yeah, all of you agree?
Yes.
Netflix is software as a service. Any other example could you guys give me? Software as a service.
Azure also similar to that, right? They are also consuming that service, but
Office 365.
Office 365. Okay, good. Any other? Office 365, good. Any other? Any other examples for software as a service?
Amazon Prime.
Very good. Amazon Prime. Excellent. Any other? YouTube. YouTube will come under software as a service or not?
Yes.
How many of you using Instagram? Any Instagram users?
Yes. We are.
Comes under software service or not?
Yeah.
What about Gmail? How many of you are using
Yeah.
Gmail?
Yes, Gmail and Salesforce.
All the app service,
Mhm.
whatever, all the apps, whatever we use in the mobile, right? All will come as a software as a service, right?
Not all, some of them, most of them.
Okay.
Anyway, so coming to
We have to
pipeline,
purchase a
except
license or
Jenkins, right?
subscriptions.
Yeah, except Jenkins, remaining most of them will have a functionality called software service, which means whatever the job and pipeline you are running, right? You don't need to maintain your hardware. Okay, just to open the portal like that, dev.azure.com. Okay, you can start running your pipeline in your browser itself. Where in terms of Jenkins, backend hardware, you need to take care of it. Infrastructure, you need to take care of it. Understand the difference between Jenkins and other tools?
Yes.
Fine. When come to Azure DevOps, so here they provide option for you to set up your pipelines. Okay, you can go there. These are something called recently executed pipeline, where you can see some of them. Okay, triggered by somebody. Here you can set up your pipeline. So where you don't need to pay separate money for GitLab, Bamboo. So pipeline, you don't need to pay a separate license. Here itself, your pipeline comes. Okay. So far, how much we are saving the cost? You don't need to buy a separate dashboard or ticketing tool. Here itself by default available. You don't need to pay separate license for GitHub or Bitbucket. Here itself repository came. You don't need to have a separate tool for pipeline and executing your jobs and releases, your workflows, everything. So those things also come by default. Test plans. Okay, if you are running any testing for any application, anything like that, here itself you go and do that. Okay, it will become easy for you to manage your test and runs, progress report, all those things, right? You can do. Even your testing team can use this same report. Artifact. What is artifact? Anyone know?
Artifact. Some libraries which we built and kept it as an artifact.
Okay, you are close to the answer.
It's a kind of package where we have that installation files.
Artifact is nothing. When you run your pipeline, right? While in terms of you want to compile any code, you have your pipeline, creating any zip file or WAR file or Docker images. Your pipeline building Docker images. Okay, so any particular script you want to deploy, or your pipeline running some unit test cases. The test case output will be stored in some file. Those kind of items will be updated. Okay, those kind of files, those kind of zip file or Docker images, anything you can use artifact to upload your data. After pipeline execution, you can download it from here. You can review it for your future reference. So at the moment of executing your pipeline, while processing it, it's built on Docker image. The image can be uploaded in the artifacts at the time. Your pipeline is doing some unit test casing. The output of unit test casing is storing in one particular file. Those file you can update in the artifact. Okay. Basically, we have various competitor available for this Azure artifacts. Generally, if we go for an environment, right, we have something called JFrog artifact, Nexus repository. In cloud also, in AWS, we have a S3 kind of artifacts are there. Okay. Again, instead of going with a third-party tool, buying separate license for that, artifacts itself provided in the Azure DevOps console itself. Okay, in one place, one interface, you will have a solution for almost all the DevOps automation, one project to run. Correct? You don't need to go anywhere. Apart from these, you may recommend any other thing, guys. What do you think?
mostly covered, right? Whatever our main items which we wanted to survey in one industry to conduct one project, almost main items are all covered here. Any other tool you would suggest? All of them in same place apart from this? Any tool comes
We
in
have,
your mind?
yeah, we have a version control and
Pipeline, testing,
pipeline.
artifacts, repository, you mentioned as a version control, ticketing tool, dashboard, querying mechanism. Even email alert can be set up in the setting page. And another advantage is this Azure DevOps, people will think it only support Azure cloud and pipelines, not like that. It will also be supported to other cloud as well. AWS, GCP also it will be supported. You can run a pipeline. All these things can be set up for ticketing tool. Everything you can set it up over here itself. This is easy, right? What do you think?
Yes. Yeah.
That is the reason, right? When come to DevOps, Azure, dev.azure.com is a little bit peak. Even if you go AWS, they have a services, but different one. You will not have a centralized interface for all. GCP also similar. As like other services, you need to access, code commit, code build, code pipeline, or separate service. You need to access them. But here is a centralized space, very much easy to handle. Once you used to familiarize with that, I would say Azure DevOps is the most easiest and thing to set up. Why I'm telling, if you go there, everything almost a graphical user interface. If beginner, right, they can easily learn the pipeline under. When you click on new pipeline, where is your code is located, Bitbucket or Git. See, still you have your code in other repository, it's helping you. Azure repo, select your repository, any starter pipeline. I'm just a starter pipeline. Okay. You can start and run everything, right? Graphical user interface. It will be easy for us to run. If you wanted to change something, right, you can go and change it over here. Okay. That's where it comes. So it's easy tool. So that's what I'm telling. When you want to enhance your DevOps knowledge, right? Mostly in Azure, when come to DevOps, this tool knowledge is preferred. Yeah, we'll discuss them in future sessions about this tool in deep dive. Just I gave the high level overview. Hope this high level overview itself you have a sufficient idea right now. What does Azure DevOps tool does? Correct? No? Your response seems to be like no.
Yes, to some extent.
So when you guys are preparing for Azure DevOps, you must be thorough with almost all the tools what I explored in the Azure DevOps pipeline. Apart from that, right, you have to familiarize with some of the open source tools. Okay. Azure DevOps interview. Must knowing things and topics. You must be familiarized with Azure dev.azure.com and subcomponent. Second thing, infrastructure as a code. So I prefer Terraform, go with Terraform, the first priority, or ARM. Okay, what is ARM?
Azure Resource Manager.
Very good. So that's the infrastructure as a code tool. Okay. So addition to that, right, you guys have to familiarize with Docker plus AKS. What is AKS?
Azure Kubernetes Service.
Yeah, Azure Kubernetes Service. Okay. Apart from that, you don't need to learn separate version control, but if you have the knowledge of GitHub, it will be added benefit. Okay, what I'm telling here actually you have Azure repo that gets replaced by GitHub, but still if you have this knowledge, it will be good. But honestly speaking, coming to Azure DevOps and GitHub, The difference is only colors. In GitHub, black and white combination. When you go to Azure DevOps, that's orange with white and black combination. The rest all 99% same only. Okay, there's no more major changes. Apart from that, what? Infrastructure as a tool we covered. Version control we covered. Containerization we covered. Pipeline tool we covered. What else? Any one scripting language like Python or PowerShell. Okay, that will be added benefit for you. Okay, these are the mandatory topics you must know when you want to go for an DevOps interview. Mostly why we covered almost all these things are covered here itself. And another advantage about dev.azure.com, right? So you don't require so in order to say people will have some gut feeling. I have never worked in DevOps before. Even Azure also new for me. Will I be able to clear the interview? Will I be able to crack the interview? The unknown factors. Okay, the unknown factors. When you guys are learn about dev.azure.com, completely all the subtools. As I said, maximum of items are covered. That's the point one. Second thing, right? Here, whatever the pipeline you learn, okay, I have set of use cases, I have set of requirement. Okay, if you learn that requirement and pipeline and dashboard and use the ticketing, all those things, at least if you learn that itself, you will be very much comfortable. If you express the same thing, if you are attending interview, it will be 100% similar, like they will trust you, that interviewer will trust you, like okay, so the Dhanapal is the person who actually working in Azure DevOps environment, because almost it's same. Okay, even really worked last 3 years, really worked for we can take a two candidate. One is Eli Larasi, another candidate is Dhanapal. Eli Larasi last 3 to 4 years, she's completely worked on Azure and DevOps environment and project. Dhanapal is the person, he worked in different platform, or he know little bit about Azure cloud. Now he came to our journey to learn about DevOps. His plan is after learning 1.5 month of time or 2 months of time, he wants to attend the interview to change his track and career to learn Azure DevOps. Okay, for Eli Larasi it will be easy since she is already working in Azure DevOps only. She can start attend the interview, she can move on. For Dhanapal kind of candidates, right, resources. So what you guys need to do, coming to DevOps, you guys need to understand about dev.azure.com clearly, and others, supportive tools like Terraform, Docker, Kubernetes thoroughly. Okay, here I'll provide you the enough number of projects and use cases and POCs. If you go through this for next 1.5 months to 2 months, right, what you can do, Dhanapal kind of candidate also can attend the interview. They can portray 2 to 3 years of work experience. Okay, they can face the interview without any issues. Okay, that's that technically I am 100%. I can give you guarantee for that. Okay, so as I said already, coming to the interview, right? These are the topics that are interview important. And addition to that, for Azure, we have a less competition right now. Comparing, if you take other cloud providers, I don't know how many of you in your friend circle, if you start look which cloud provider you have more friends working. Anyone heard about it? You have a friends, they are belongs to AWS or GCP or Azure. Your friend circle.
AWS.
AWS. Most of the people are lots of people, not most of the people. Lots of people are there for AWS. Okay. And GCP and Azure kind of things are grooming one. Very limited people are available for GCP and Azure. So obviously, if you upgrade your skill properly, okay, properly, you need to trust yourself. You need to properly spend 1.5 months to 2 months of time regularly, consistently. Okay. Set proper goal. I think it's the right time for all of us in life. Give correct opportunity to everyone, right? So whether wherever platform you are learning, maybe you can joining in any institutes, or you are trying to learn by yourself. Whatever, I'm appreciating. But from today, right, take in consideration, take a challenge. Maybe we all know we are running in very fast life. After we move out from this session, definitely you guys will have some other priority. You'll start focus on that personal work, that pressure, this pressure, office pressure, family work. Your concentration will divert. Okay, but what I said, inform your brain right away. Next 2 months, I'm going to spend only on Azure DevOps. Okay, even I know the Azure basic concept, that's not sufficient actually. Okay, because competition is there. If you are asking for the package we discussed a couple of days before, You people will be, admired. Oh, really, we'll get this much package. How many of you thought like that? It's really possible in reality within India, that much packages people are getting. How many of you, thought like that?
Yeah, it is surprising.
Yeah, it's surprising, right? So in order to get those packages, we need to make ourselves eligible. In order to get those packages, we need to make sure ourselves eligible. Okay, how we can get eligible for that? To acquiring the content clearly, okay, crystal clear, what is what from A to Z, okay, with any people's guidance, like me, if you acquire it, that is 100% possible. Okay, the possibility is currently if you are getting 10 lakhs of package, okay, if you have got an opportunity, you get a new company offer, how much they will offer you? Roughly, I'm asking.
30% more.
30% mean how much? 13 to 15 lakhs, approximate, correct? You're getting 10 lakhs of package. The new company, new offer, if you get 13 to 15, you will get. All of you agree with me? 13 lakhs per annum to 15 lakhs per annum, correct?
Yes.
Let's take we don't want to go very low. We don't want to go very maximum. We'll go, in between 14 lakhs. Can we fix it like 14 lakhs now?
Yes.
If you fix it 14 lakhs, using that 14 lakhs, you will start search for one more job once you started out the second interview. Now, our people mindset is, bada, if I get one interview is cleared, that's fine for me. For next 2 to 3 years, I'll run with this. That's not supposed to be our mindset. Once you get the very first offer, using that offer, you need to start look for another company. Parallelly, you need to attend interview for 3 to 4 companies. Second company, you need to show them. See, I got already. I'm going to join this company. They have already offered me for 14 lakhs. From that, right, they will extend your package to 17 to 80 lakhs. Okay, 17 to 80 lakhs they'll give. Using that 17 to 80 lakhs, you need to extend your salary to third company to 20 lakhs. Okay, that is how you need to progress your skill. And in attending interview, you are not supposed to show them like your point of view is not for money. You need to portray them in such a way. Hey, I got already 14 lakhs, but still I'm thinking to go there because not for salary, because everywhere will get salary. Even if I attend one more company, they will give better salary. But my intention is, my core is I'm very much interested in to go into Azure and DevOps, but they are telling, 50% Azure and 50% AWS. I never worked in AWS. I'm in a confused mindset. They will change my, path to different cloud environment. That is what I'm thinking. Like that, you need to talk. And one more thing, they don't provide already I got offer for 14 lakhs, but they don't provide me the option for work from home. I have a kids, I have family to take care. At least hybrid mode is fine for me. 2 days to 3 days coming to office, that's fine for me. They're asking me to come every 5 days. That is why I'm thinking to go or choosing other company. Like that, you need to talk in the HR discussion. Only then they will, finally realize, okay, Dhanapal is the person who cracked the interview with holding a package of 14 lakhs. He is surveying in notice period. Point 1. Okay. He is surveying in notice period. He is an immediate jogger. His motto is not for money. He is looking for some other employee benefits, something called work from home or a hybrid work, hybrid mode. Or he is truly looking for Azure DevOps platform. Something he will realize, he will offer you for 17 lakhs. Okay, that's how you need to increase your skill. Okay, for doing all those things, right, we need to get it fit ourselves. The company is offering you for 20 lakhs from 10 lakhs, 100% hike if you are getting means you need to make yourself eligible for that. What is the way for that? To make ourselves eligible? What is the way?
Get a hands-on and then
clear knowledge.
have
Okay, get hands-on and clear knowledge in Azure administration perspective. I mean Azure cloud perspective, also Azure DevOps perspective. We have to, get all the real-time project use cases, all the hands-on. We have to complete couple of POCs. We need to work on the real use cases and day-to-day tasks. If you learn the content like that, it will be easy for you to achieve your task and goal. Okay, so fit next 2 months, fix it. Wherever you learn, however you learn, make sure your target is like that. Apart from that, right, if you go for an interview, hardly if you circle round, right, you would expect 20 to 40 questions, not more than that, honestly speak, because roughly I'm telling for Azure DevOps, right, I took minimum 1,000 interview, 1,000 candidate I faced last 5-6 years. Okay, 4-5 years at least. I took an interview for 1,000 candidates. For taking classes, right? Last 9 years, I'm taking care of the class for like this. For that, I need to update myself. I cannot blindly go and take the classes, right? You all of you agree? Because cloud today they'll give one service, tomorrow they'll change something else. So in that case, right? In that case, I will attend interview. What's there in market? Okay, I suppose not only believe on my mindset, right? I'll go and explore what is there in market. I'll attend the interviews. I'll expect the question. So based on my understanding, I'm telling hardly right 20 to 40 questions only we need to prepare for the interview. Okay, not more than that. So if anybody interested, ping in the group, I'll share some, what do you call? Interview questions. I have recorded some of the interviews. I'll share that interview video. Okay, it's each interview will have 15 to 20 minutes. You can watch it on a mobile itself. So hardly if you go, we are in the loop between this 20 to 40 questions only. It's not more than that. So you all will identify and understand the clarity about the interview discussion and how it will be there in the panel. Okay, all those things you'll come to know. That is what I'm telling. So it's very easy to crack the interview once you comfortably land, once you comfortably understand the concepts with the POCs and the use cases. Nothing else. Okay. So that is what pretty much I wanted to highlight in terms of DevOps, scope. Huge scopes are there for outside. Package also you can expect 100% hike. I'm damn sure about that. All you want to do is understand all the topics, each and everything clearly. So rest all things, right? We will focus on our upcoming sessions. Okay. So all of you good? Any other doubts? I think I'm done with my part for today.